Chapter 1876, Slaying Dragons in One Hit. Upon seeing the two evil dragon players flying toward Shifeng, the engineers controlling the hell tanks grew anxious. Protect the guild leader. Immediately, all 6 hell tanks fired their flame spears to hinder the movements of the two evil dragons. The 84 flame spears shot at the two evil dragons simultaneously. Normally, a Tier 2 player would have no choice but to wait for their death when faced with such an attack. However, dodging these attacks was no problem at all for the 2 Shadow Claw experts who possessed the physique of an evil dragon. Even if their huge bodies prevented them from evading all the flame spears, they could still rely on their claws to block the ones they couldn't dodge very quickly. The 2 evil dragon players weaved their way through the flame spears and arrived within 15 yards of Shifeng. They then simultaneously swung their massive paws at him, their silver claws tearing space apart as they sped toward Shifeng's head. Just as the 2 paws were about to hit Shifeng, the sacred sword in his hand suddenly flashed. In the next moment, a massive bolt of lightning cut the space before Shifeng in half, spatial tears appearing in its wake. This move was none other than Lightning Slash, the additional skill of Killing Ray. The moment their claws came into contact with the massive lightning bolt, the 2 evil dragon players felt as if a truck had just hit them. Their bodies went flying over a dozen yards before crashing heavily into the ground, cratering it impossible. Is he really a player? Dust Edge and the others gaped in shock when they saw this scene. They simply could not believe their eyes. Shifeng had actually sent 2 level 56, Tier 3 archaic species flying. The shock they felt from seeing this scene was akin to that from seeing an ant flipping over an elephant. The other dark players hiding within the Dark Witch's tower were also rendered speechless at this scene. They didn't even know what had just happened. After all, everything was too quick. All they saw were the 2 evil dragons flying toward Shifeng, then a bright, blue flash coming from Shifeng. Before they realized it, the 2 evil dragons were already tumbling backward. Is he a monster? The 2 evil dragon players wore looks of horror as they stared at Shifeng. A single slap from them had managed to kill a Tier 2 expert. However, when they tried to do the same thing to Shifeng, not only did they fail to kill him, but they also actually lost in a competition of strength. However, what the 2 players did not know was that Shifeng's strength already rivaled a great lords of the same level. Meanwhile, after continuously producing the forging components for the hell tanks for the past few days, he was now a level 69, Tier 2 Sword Master, 13 levels higher than the 2 evil dragon players. Lightning Slash also provided him with a 330% increase to his strength attribute. Although he still couldn't reach the standard of a mythic monster of the same level, his strength was more than enough to deal with level 56, Tier 3 archaic species. No, that's not right. He must have used a skill that increases his strength. He shouldn't be able to use such a skill often. As long as we work together to attack him, he'll definitely fall. That's right. How could a player possibly possess that much strength? He must have used a powerful skill. The 2 evil dragon players discussed quietly as they looked at Shifeng. Then they promptly split up and started circling to Shifeng's sides. A lot of powerful skills in God's domain provided a significant boost in attributes. Among these types of skills, berserk skills were the most common. However, there were also certain skills that exceeded one's imagination, such as taboo skills. Such skills were generally kept as a trump card, and could not be used frequently. Since that was the case, all they needed to do was continue attacking Shifeng until he exhausted all of his skills. In any case, both of them had a maximum HP of 28 million. They were not afraid of fighting a battle of attrition against players at all. As for the attacks of the hell tanks, they only needed to be wary of the hell cannons. The flame spears posed no problems for them whatsoever. As the 2 evil dragon players closed in on Shifeng's sides and were about to launch another attack, Shifeng took out a magic scroll from his bag and activated it. Immediately, a golden-haired woman dressed in luxurious purple robes appeared before him. This woman was none other than Anna, Shifeng's personal guard. At this point, she was already a level 85 Yin Yang Saint. As soon as Anna appeared, she lightly tapped the butt of her staff on the ground. Suddenly, a Yin Yang barrier spread out with her as the center boom. The moment the 2 evil dragons collided with the Yin Yang barrier, they felt a power rivaling Shifeng's Lightning Slash smash into their bodies. The 2 evil dragons went flying once again. Everyone, fire at will. Feng commanded when he saw the evil dragons tumbling backward after snapping out of their daze. The engineers simultaneously activated their respective Hell Tanks, Hell Cannon, and Flame Spears. 6 Crimson Light Balls and 84 Flame Spears flew at the fallen evil dragons right there, and then boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shook the battlefield. The HPs of the 2 evil dragons plummeted, falling below the 25% threshold. Feeling death approaching, the 2 evil dragon players automatically flapped their wings in an attempt to escape. Feng's and Anna's attacks might not pose a massive threat to them, but the attacks of the 6 Hell Tanks were simply too fierce. If the Hell Tanks landed another barrage on them, their lives would definitely be forfeit. You wish to run? Do you think you can so easily? Feng chuckled when he saw the 2 evil dragons trying to fly away. Right then, Anna finished chanting an incantation, and now pointed her staff at the sky. In the next moment, pitch-black magic arrays appeared around the 2 evil dragons and shot out pitch-black spears. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black spears stabbed into the bodies of the evil dragons, sealing their movements and sapping their strength. This move was none other than the new overtier spell Anna had learned, Dark Lock. Due to Dark Lock, the 2 evil dragons were unable to move whatsoever. Their attributes had also decreased by 30%, which further reduced their already low HPs. On the verge of ordering the Hell Tanks to fire the killing blow on these 2 evil dragons, Feng suddenly felt a pulse coming from his bag. What's going on? Just as Feng was about to inspect his bag to check which item was producing the humming noise he was hearing right now, a broken sword suddenly flew out of his bag. This broken sword was none other than the evil god's inheritance, the weapon that Feng dreaded using. System. Faint traces of the evil god's power detected. Do you wish to use the evil god's inheritance to absorb this power? Does this sword want me to use it to kill these evil dragons? As Feng looked at the broken sword, he could tell that the evil god's inheritance was riveted by the dying evil dragons. He then clicked to use the weapon in order to see what would happen if he killed the evil dragons with the evil god's inheritance. After Feng made his selection, the abyssal blade suddenly vanished from his hand, and taking its place was the evil god's inheritance. At this moment, despite Feng not having sacrificed any of his attributes, he was actually able to utilize the full power of the evil god's inheritance, the weapon causing his basic attributes to skyrocket. Although the entire process seemed to take a lot of time, in reality, only 3 seconds had passed since the evil god's inheritance started humming until now. Tightening his grip on the evil god's inheritance, Feng activated Instant Strike and appeared above the heads of the 2 evil dragons. He then sent a slash at them. Godslayer. Suddenly, 5 pitch-black sword lights devoured the 2 evil dragon players. Seen from afar, it looked as if a gigantic, pitch-black mouth had swallowed the 2 evil dragons whole. As the pitch-black sword lights faded away, the 2 evil dragon players' HPs instantly fell to 0. Their bodies petrified into 2 stone sculptures, which then disintegrated into dust particles that scattered on the wind. A short while later, all traces of the 2 evil dragons had thoroughly disappeared from the battlefield. Chapter 1877. Second Evil God's Mark. As the 5 pitch-black sword lights disappeared, the 2 evil dragons disintegrated into dust and scattered with the wind. The players spectating from the distant watchtower only reacted after the 2 evil dragons had vanished. Yet he died. Is Black Flame really a player? Everyone had gasped when they saw Feng's sudden attack. Although they understood that the 2 evil dragons had very little HP left, each had held on to over 1,000,000 HP, yet Feng had slain both with a single attack. The man's damage was horrific. When the dark players in hiding saw this, they abandoned any thought of killing Feng. They now considered the idea laughable and ignorant. It was no exaggeration to say that no player at this stage of the game could survive Feng's last attack. Unless they used an invulnerability skill, they would die in an instant if they tried to take on the swordsman. Furthermore, Feng had summoned a level 85 personal guard to his side. Anna had only moved her staff slightly, yet she had repelled both evil dragons. With such a personal guard, getting close to Feng would be utterly impossible. As for the person responsible for the evil dragon's deaths, he finally snapped out of his daze. What a powerful weapon! Not only was the Godslayer skill was much stronger than before, but the weapon had also granted a much higher boost to his physique. He could feel his strength rival that of a Tier 3 player. Gaining a Tier 3 physique was a qualitative transformation for any player. Once players' physiques reached Tier 2, their 5 senses would sharpen, but when they wielded a Tier 3 physique, their natural response time would also improve. Originally, only talented players possessed the ability. Although ordinary people could improve their neural response time by training, there was a limit. In addition, the training process would be intensely arduous, and very few people would be able to endure the hardships that awaited them. However, when players' physique reached Tier 3 in God's domain, their neural response time would improve. Although the improvement was a measly 10% or so, when applied in a high-speed battle between Tier 3 existences, the effects would be significant. For example, if a player with a Tier 2 physique could execute 10 attacks in a fixed time, then a player with a Tier 3 physique and the same basic attributes could execute 11 attacks. This additional attack would allow the player with the Tier 3 physique the chance of landing an attack on their opponent. By relying on the advantage of one extra attack, the player with the Tier 3 physique could eventually achieve victory. This was also why reaching Tier 3 was so difficult in God's domain. In the past, Tier 3 had been a threshold to determine whether a player was a true expert or not. Meanwhile, despite the evil god's inheritance being a shadow of its former self, equipping it had nearly boosted Shifeng's physique to the Tier 3 standard. One could easily imagine how powerful the evil god's inheritance was. It definitely wasn't something an ordinary legendary weapon could compare to. After killing the 2 evil dragons, the sound of a system notification reached Shifeng's ear system. Evil god's inheritance has accumulated sufficient life force and recovered the second evil god's mark. Activating the second evil god's mark's ability as the system notification ended, the evil god's inheritance began to transform. The blurry divine runes that covered the broken sword became much clearer. The ambient mana also avoided the broken sword due to these divine runes. Naturally, the broken sword's attributes had changed significantly. Evil god's inheritance, one-handed sword. A treasured sword that the evil god had once used. However, the sword had been destroyed in a battle, shattered into 3 pieces. Although the evil god's treasured sword had been destroyed, the evil god's power within remains intact. As long as one gathers all 3 fragments, it is possible to restore the sword to its past glory. This piece is the sword's broken hilt. By permanently sacrificing 8 points of all attributes, the user may temporarily use the sword's power. Although this sword has been severely damaged, it can still exert 1/10 of its original power. First evil god's mark. Power absorption can increase strength by a maximum of 120%, stamina by 30%, and all resistances by 120%. Second evil god's mark, Soul Devourer, can cause tremendous damage to the target's soul when this fragment is within 3,000 yards of other fragments. The fragments will resonate. Drops upon death. Cannot be traded. Soul Devourer? How tyrannical. Shifeng looked down at the evil god's inheritance in his hand with slight astonishment. In God's domain, items that could attack a person's soul were exceedingly rare. After all, the soul was a creature's foundation. Even if a player's soul only received a small amount of damage, it could double the player's death penalty. Depending on the severity of the damage, the affected player might even be prevented from logging into God's domain for several days. If a player's soul were thoroughly destroyed, they'd be forced to start over. This was why any item that could target a soul was incredibly precious. Superpowers treated these items as ultimate trump cards to deal with peak experts, and Soul Devourer was such a frightening ability. Of course, this ability wasn't without a price. To use the evil god's inheritance, Shifeng still needed to sacrifice 8 points from every basic attribute. Although 8 points weren't cheap, if Shifeng could deal a devastating blow on his enemies, the price would be worth it to him. Following which, Shifeng stored the evil god's inheritance and returned his gaze to the Dark Witch's tower. He then commanded, "The evil dragons are dead. There is no longer anything in our path. All hell tanks, fire at the Dark Witch's tower. Destroy the teleportation device and the town's core magic array." As Shifeng gave the command, the 6 hell tanks advanced as one on the Dark Witch's tower, firing their weapons at the town's defensive magic array. Although the barrier could protect the town from intermediate Tier 3 attacks, the hell tanks dealt bonus damage to magic arrays and constructions. In addition, the hell cannon's attacks were at the peak of Tier 3. Under the bombardment, The defensive magic array's energy reserves visibly drained Commander. Are we going to continue this fight? Shadow Claws members asked Veiled Spirit when they realized that the barrier was near to crumbling originally. They had been very confident of defeating Zero Wing. They were also eager to pay back the humiliation they had previously suffered. However, after witnessing the Hell Tanks and Shurfang's power, they shed the idea that they could annihilate this team from Zero Wing retreat. Veiled Spirit growled in frustration, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes as she watched Shurfang's figure in the distance. There was no point in staying here any longer. They would only get themselves killed if they did. After all, they had no other means of dealing with the Hell Tanks, although several hundred NPCs still guarded the Dark Witch's tower. The tank's defense was simply too high. Even the evil dragons, Great Lord-ranked archaic species, were incapable of damaging the vehicles. How could Tier 2 and Tier 3 NPCs fare any better? By the time Tier 3 NPCs destroyed the Hell Tanks, the latter would have long since destroyed the Dark Witch's tower's teleportation device and core magic array. When they heard Veiled Spirit's decision, Shadow Claws members breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately retrieved return scrolls from their bags in an attempt to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. If they tarried, they might get caught in the crossfire and lose their lives. Zero Wing. You may enjoy this victory, but the next time we meet, you'll be doomed. Dust Edge said, sneering as he tightened his grip on the two shattered, gray crystal balls in his hands. He had lost this time. But the legacy he had acquired was still incomplete. He still lacked a lot of resources. Hence, the evil dragon crystals he had created were not of sufficient quality. However, now that the evil god's temple had partnered with Blackwater and Dark Soul, he was confident that he could create even stronger evil dragons in the future. At that time, his evil dragons would fall as easily as they had today. Dust Edge then took out his own return scroll and teleported away from the Dark Witch's tower. When the remaining dark players realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worst, they promptly fled the town. This allowed the Hell Tanks to enter the town unhindered after they destroyed the defensive magic array. Meanwhile, only the town's Tier 3 NPCs posed any threat to the Hell Tanks. However, with how few Tier 3 NPCs the town had, the Hell Tanks endured the attacks as they destroyed the town's teleportation device and core magic array, which in turn destroyed the Dark Witch's tower. Once the Dark Witch's tower's core magic array had been obliterated, every player in the Or Empire received a system notification or Empire Region system announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for destroying the Dark Witch's tower, rewarding 20,000 guild popularity and 1 basic teleportation device. The system announcement repeated 3 times, its content echoing in the minds of every player in the Or Empire. Chapter 1878, Dark Witch's Tower Destroyed. Or Empire, Ancient Rock City. A large number of evil beasts and evil demons was currently battering Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members were doing their best to wipe out the monsters attacking them. The 200 miniature ballistas were practically firing non-stop. All kinds of explosions constantly echoed throughout the battlefield outside Ancient Rock City. As for the 5 mythic evil beasts, they were fighting a heated battle with the 3 heavily injured divine magic dragons. The battle between these 8 monstrosities had destroyed the terrain around them. No other monsters or players could get within 300 yards of these 8 mythic monsters. Meanwhile, the players spectating from a distance felt their blood boil as they watched the spectacular battle before them. Amazing! This war is simply amazing. Ancient Rock City really does have a lot of evil beasts and evil demons. With the battle having lasted this long, more than 50,000 monsters must have died already. Yet the number of monsters on the battlefield doesn't seem to have decreased in the slightest. It really makes you wonder what gave Zero Wing the courage to attack Ancient Rock City. Hey, Zero Wing is plenty amazing already. Can't you see how many monsters are attacking Zero Wing's army right now? If it were any other large guild in Zero Wing's place, they would have long since drowned in that sea of evil beasts and evil demons already. However, even until now, Zero Wing has yet to suffer a single casualty. Although Zero Wing hasn't suffered any casualties yet, the energy of its magic barrier should be close to depletion already. Once the barrier's energy runs out, Zero Wing's army will be doomed. After all, those evil beasts and evil demons are all level 60 and above, with plenty of level 70+ great lords among them. Zero Wing's 100,000 players simply aren't enough to defeat all those monsters. Right now, the only thing I'm wondering is which will zero out first. Zero Wing's Magic Barrier or Ancient Rock City's monsters. Many of the spectating players had not expected the battle to escalate to such a point. The evil demons and evil beasts under Beast Emperor's command weren't existences that current players could go up against. However, by relying on its movement-type defensive magic array and miniature ballistas, Zero Wing had actually managed to fight Beast Emperor's forces to a standstill, and even shattered Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. These were feats that were beyond most superpowers. The dark players that were originally planning on ambushing Zero Wing's army, in particular, were now standing at the sides and quietly observing the battle, not daring to set foot onto the battlefield. After all, the fusillade of 200 miniature ballistas was simply too powerful. Each volley of arrows could easily kill several hundred evil beasts and evil demons, let alone players. However, while the independent players were surprised by Zero Wing's performance and had their opinions toward the guild changed drastically, the spectating upper echelons of the various superpowers remained very calm. In fact, some even reveled in Zero Wing's current predicament. Zero Wing sure is tenacious. Unfortunately, the outcome of this battle has already been decided. No matter how Zero Wing struggles, nothing will change. That movement-type defensive magic array costs a lot of magic crystals to sustain. However, there are millions of evil demons and evil beasts inside Ancient Rock City. At the end of the day, Zero Wing is simply too immature to try and use Beast Emperor as a stepping stone to rise to power in the Or Empire. With this, Zero Wing should also understand its limitations. If it still insists on monopolizing the profits of the Secret Stone Fortress, then we'll have no choice but to have Zero Wing disappear from the Or Empire. However, Zero Wing has really given us a great surprise this time. I never thought that it could force Beast Emperor to use one of his trump cards. When we try to capture Ancient Rock City in the future, we'll have to think of a countermeasure for that attack. First, the spectating upper echelons of the various superpowers sneered as they watched Zero Wing's members. Ordinary players might not know much about Zero Wing, but they did. They had done a thorough investigation of Zero Wing already. They even knew how many magic crystals it cost to use the movement-type defensive magic array each time. Hence, they were well aware that Zero Wing would not last very long against Beast Emperor. Although Zero Wing's performance had indeed surpassed their expectations, that still wasn't enough to convince them of Zero Wing's strength. While this level of strength was above average for a first-rate guild, to superpowers like them, be it the army of 100,000 elite and expert players or the 200 miniature ballistas, destroying these things would not be a problem if they really got serious. It was just that they did not wish to pay the enormous price for doing so, unless absolutely necessary. However, the situation right now was also slightly different. If it were simply removing Zero Wing from the Or Empire, it was definitely doable. After all, there wasn't just one superpower putting pressure on Zero Wing, but multiple instead. After this battle, if Zero Wing still insisted on monopolizing the Secret Stone Fortress, then it would surely end up getting annihilated by the combined forces of the superpowers. At that time, each superpower would only have to pay a small price to get the deed done. In such a case, they definitely wouldn't hesitate to do so. Big Sis Rain, this is bad. Although Zero Wing is trying to prove itself qualified to monopolize the Secret Stone Fortress, according to the reports we've received thus far, several superpowers operating in the Or Empire have already come to a secret agreement. As long as Zero Wing refuses to become a subordinate guild of one of them, they will remove Zero Wing from the Or Empire. At that time, even if we try to intervene, the Great Pavilion Master will most likely stop us in fear of the alliance formed by those superpowers. Blue Phoenix, who was observing the battle at Ancient Rock City in person, reported to Phoenix Rain. According to Phoenix Rain's original plan, if Zero Wing really wasn't a match for Beast Emperor, then they would use the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's identity to back up Zero Wing. If they did that, the various superpowers might decide not to take action against Zero Wing. After all, individually, these superpowers couldn't take down the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion easily. Not to mention, if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion gained access to the Secret Stone Fortress via Zero Wing, The superpowers would have an even more difficult time dealing with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing. However, it was a different story if these several superpowers cooperated. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not dare to go up against multiple superpowers simultaneously. Just what is Black Flame trying to do? Phoenix Rain could not help but frown upon hearing Blue Phoenix's words. Meanwhile, inside Ancient Rock City, Beast Emperor likewise received news about the alliance of superpowers. Good. Very good. Beast Emperor's brows arched up in joy when he read the message he just received. Zero Wing, this is your retribution for trying to use me as a stepping stone. I want to see just how you plan on surviving in the Or Empire now. Although he wished to destroy Zero Wing personally, not having to expend a single troop to destroy Zero Wing was also a good thing for him, just as Beast Emperor was about to have his subordinates send the two mythic evil demons into battle as well. To put a quick end to the battle, the sound of a system announcement suddenly entered his ears. Or Empire Region system announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for destroying the Dark Witch's Tower. Rewarding 20,000 guild popularity and one basic teleportation device. The emotionless voice of the system caused Beast Emperor to fall into a daze. How is this possible? How could the Dark Witch's Tower possibly fall to Zero Wing? Beast Emperor instinctively refused to believe the system announcement. Although the Dark Witch's Tower wasn't an impenetrable fortress, it had several hundred NPC soldiers protecting it, including level 100, Tier 3 NPCs. The town was also well equipped with defensive structures. Most importantly, several thousand dark players resided there. Let alone a 1,000-man team. Even an army of 50,000 players wouldn't be able to take down the Dark Witch's Tower. Moreover, he had even dispatched Dust Edge to defend the town. With the evil dragons that Dust Edge created using expert players, he could easily repel even a 1,000-man team of Tier 2 players. Meanwhile, Zero Wing didn't even have that many Tier 2 experts at this moment. Beast Emperor wasn't the only person surprised by this outcome. Every player in the vicinity of Ancient Rock City was stunned by this announcement. Isn't Zero Wing attacking Ancient Rock City? How did the Dark Witch's Tower become the one captured instead? Did the system make a mistake? Isn't the Dark Witch's Tower a gathering point for dark players? I recall that there should be several hundred dark NPCs guarding it. How could it possibly be destroyed? What did Zero Wing do to the Dark Witch's Tower? The upper echelons of the various superpowers were filled with confusion when they received the system announcement. However, after snapping out of their daze, they promptly had their subordinates investigate into the matter. The Dark Witch's Tower might not be as sturdy as Ancient Rock City, but it was still a location that the superpowers were helpless against. Hence, they found it incredible that Zero Wing had managed to destroy the Dark Witch's Tower. After all, Zero Wing's main army was clearly attacking Ancient Rock City right now. How could Zero Wing have any extra forces to spare to attack the Dark Witch's Tower? Moreover, Zero Wing had even destroyed it. Chapter 1879. Qualifications to establish a foothold. The sudden news of the Dark Witch's Tower's destruction stupefied the dark players at Ancient Rock City. The Dark Witch's Tower is gone? What's going on? Pathless frowned when he received the system announcement. Shouldn't Shadow Claw be over there? The Dark Witch's Tower was an important stronghold for dark players like him. It was also the only teleportation point in the Or Empire's southeastern region, serving as an important foundation for dark players to take control of this region. Losing the Dark Witch's Tower meant that dark players would have much more difficulty operating in the Empire's southeastern region in the future. After all, with how large the Or Empire was, traveling around the Empire without teleportation points was very inconvenient. Hence, Dark Soul and the other dark powers normally station some experts to guard the Dark Witch's Tower. After hearing that Zero Wing had sent a 1,000-man team toward the town, Pathless had even made a point to instruct Veiled Spirit to bring some of Shadow Claw's experts over. Despite that, he was actually being told that the Dark Witch's Tower was no more at this moment. Pathless felt as if the system was playing a joke on him. Veiled Spirit had brought 300 experts with her to the Dark Witch's Tower. Even if she didn't receive any help from the other dark players there, with the town's defensive structures and NPCs, she could easily fend off a team of 1,000 players. Pathless immediately contacted Veiled Spirit to find out what exactly had happened at the Dark Witch's Tower. With the loss of the Dark Witch's Tower, Dark Soul would have a much more difficult time dealing with Zero Wing's Silverwing town. This unexpected development might even severely affect the Alliance's plans. The various superpowers also launched their own investigations into this matter, some even offering to purchase the relevant information at high prices. They were very curious to find out just how Zero Wing had destroyed the gathering point that they had been helpless to do anything against. All this time the lucrative offers very quickly attracted the attention of the dark players that had fled the Dark Witch's Tower. They promptly sold the battle videos they recorded to the superpowers after watching the battle at the Dark Witch's Tower. The superpowers were thoroughly rendered speechless. Although the battle at the Dark Witch's Tower was not as stirring as the one at Ancient Rock City, it displayed Zero Wing's frightening combat power, and potential 6 hell tanks had actually managed to slaughter 2,000 dark players without taking any damage. The destructive power the hell tanks possessed could practically rival that of the Magic Tower. Meanwhile, the battle against the evil dragons afterward was even more jaw-dropping. Despite being Tier 3 archaic species, the 2 evil dragons had actually failed to inflict any noticeable damage on the hell tanks even for the various superpowers. This was the first time they had heard of or seen such a frightening war weapon. The hell tank boasted both heaven-defying destructive power and defensive capabilities, which would make it an absolute nightmare on a battlefield. Of course, dealing with the hell tanks wasn't exactly impossible. Only, the costs would be exorbitant. For example, Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scrolls. Attacks at the Tier 4 standard would definitely be effective against the hell tanks. However, the question was, how effective would they be? How many of such magic scrolls would be needed to destroy a hell tank? Even superpowers like themselves had great difficulty getting their hands on Tier 4 magic scrolls, not to mention Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scrolls. These things were treated as their guild's foundations. They were tools that should not be used casually. Moreover, the most frightening aspect about the hell tank was that, aside from being useful in siege battles, it would also be effective in guerrilla warfare. 6 hell tanks could effortlessly slaughter over 2,000 expert players. In the future, when Zero Wing came across ambushes involving hundreds or thousands of players, it could deploy just 1 hell tank to fend off these ambushes. With this, trying to whittle down Zero Wing's strength by ambushing its members would become much more difficult. As for conducting ambushes on the scale of parties or small teams, such attacks would simply be a waste of time and resources, as they would not cause Zero Wing any substantial damage. So, this is the trump card Black Flame has kept hidden? Truly amazing. Blue Phoenix was filled with envy after she finished watching the video of the battle at the Dark Witch's Tower. The 6 hell tanks were akin to 6 mobile magic towers. It was no wonder Zero Wing did not need any direct assistance from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. One could say that, with these hell tanks, Zero Wing had the qualifications to establish a foothold in the Or Empire. Although the various superpowers operating in the Or Empire had banded together, there was still a limit to the number of forces each superpower was willing to dispatch. They would not send their main armies to fight Zero Wing in a frontal confrontation. After all, Silverwing Town's defenses were no laughing matter. Even if they could capture the town, the price of doing so was not one that the various superpowers were willing to pay. At best, they would dispatch some members to conduct guerrilla warfare against Zero Wing, or economic wars. The appearance of the hell tanks threw a wrench into the various superpowers' plan of dealing with Zero Wing using guerrilla warfare. As for economic warfare, that was even more impossible. Zero Wing possessed Silverwing Town, Stone Forest Town, and Zero Wing City. So long as the safety of these 3 money-printing machines remained unthreatened, Zero Wing would not lack for income. Now that the various superpowers no longer had any means of dealing with Zero Wing without paying a huge cost, they would naturally give up on targeting Zero Wing altogether. After all, the superpowers were not actually friendly with each other. Every one of them had their own agenda. Unless they bore some deep-seated hatred for Zero Wing, or one of these superpowers lost their mind, none of them would persecute Zero Wing at all costs. Damn it. How did Zero Wing get these tanks? Nine Dragons Emperor frowned as he read the report in his hands. Immediately have someone look into this. Find out how Zero Wing managed to obtain these tanks regardless of the cost. He felt true jealousy toward Zero Wing at this point. When he looked at the hell tanks, it was as if the doors to a whole new world opened up to him. While expert players were important, Tanks could also play a huge role in future struggles in God's domain. Understood. Martial Dragon nodded before turning around to leave. In reality, Nine Dragons' Emperor wasn't alone in having such thoughts. Every major power that had watched the battle at the Dark Witch's Tower basically had the same thought as well. The appearance of the Hell Tank signaled the end of the era of numerical strength. The upper echelons of every major power had immediately ordered their subordinates to conduct a thorough investigation into the Hell Tank. Meanwhile, over at Ancient Rock City, Zero Wing's members grew ecstatic after seeing the system announcement. They never thought that their guild had actually managed to destroy a dark gathering point without anybody finding out about it prior to succeeding. The Dark Witch's Tower was a dark gathering point that even the various superpowers were helpless against. Moreover, now that the Dark Witch's Tower was no more, they would have a much easier time operating in the vicinity of Silverwing Town. The guild leader did it? Aqua Rose could not help but smile when she saw the system notifications. Since that is the case, start retreating. With the destruction of the Dark Witch's Tower, Blackwater and Beast Emperor had lost a crucial tool against Zero Wing. Without the threat of the Dark players, Silverwing Town's development would recover to its peak. After including the benefits offered by the Secret Stone Fortress, Zero Wing would definitely be able to compete against Blackwater in the Ore Empire. After Aqua Rose gave the command to retreat, Zero Wing's members started slowly withdrawing from the battlefield. Boss, Zero Wing seems to be retreating. Should we give chase? Wind Hunter asked in a quiet tone. Chapter 1880 Descend. Hearing Wind Hunter's question, Beast Emperor could not help but turn towards the Blackwater members and dark players watching the battle outside of the city. When Zero Wing had begun its retreat, a hunger to take action swept through the two groups of players. Although the movement-type defensive magic array protected Zero Wing's army, it could only withstand up to Tier 3 attacks. Tier 4 attacks would exceed the magic array's tolerance and shatter the array. Although the 3 divine magic dragons had the 5 mythic evil beasts tied up right now, he still had 2 mythic evil demons on reserve, following which, Beast Emperor gazed at the many destroyed buildings behind him with a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He felt his heart ache as he looked at the destroyed buildings. Although the buildings had only been basic constructions, they were still important for nurturing evil beasts and evil demons. It would cost him a lot of evil gods' temple contribution points to repair them all. Meanwhile, Zero Wing, the cause of this destruction, wanted to get away from the battle without suffering a single casualty. Zero Wing. First, you used me as a diversion to attack the Dark Witch's Tower, and now, you want to disengage safely? Do you think you own this place? Beast Emperor sneered at Aqua Rose and the others' retreating figures. Mobilize all mythic and Grand Lord ranked evil demons. Send in Elder Whales. I want to teach Black Flame how foolish his decision was to send an army up against Ancient Rock City. If he allowed Zero Wing City to leave Ancient Rock City unscathed after this incident, both he and the Evil God's Temple would become a laughingstock throughout the Ore Empire. He could not allow that to happen. Not only did he intend to display the might of the Evil God's Temple before Zero Wing, but before every major power watching this battle, as well. Are we really going to mobilize Elder Whales? Wind Hunter gasped when he heard Beast Emperor's command. He hadn't thought that Beast Emperor would involve Der Whales. The Branch Temple's Tier 4 NPC in Ancient Rock City. Elder Whales was the strongest trump card Ancient Rock City had at the moment. They had also gone through great lengths to secure a single opportunity to request the NPC's assistance. Initially, they had planned to save the opportunity for their assault on Silverwing Town. He had never expected Beast Emperor to use it here. Of course. I want a Black Flame to learn how foolish it was to send a measly army of 100,000 players to attack my city. If we destroy Zero Wing's army here, the guild's hold over the Secret Stone Fortress will crumble, Beast Emperor said. A hint of madness in his eyes. Although mobilizing Elder Whales now would ruin his original plans, destroying 100,000 of Zero Wing's elite and expert players would land a heavy blow to the enemy guild. This defeat might even be enough to encourage the various superpowers to strike against Zero Wing. Understood. Wind Hunter said, clearly eager. He couldn't wait to see the enemy's expressions when they were dragged to the pits of hell only moments after celebrating a victory. Meanwhile, Blackwater's members quietly observed the battle outside of Ancient Rock City from a safe distance. Commander Scar, Zero Wing has begun its retreat. When are we going to make our move? Finally, this is our Heavenly Eagle Legion's chance to show the Vice Guild leader our worth. I don't think there's a need to wait until both sides are severely injured. We can simply charge in and slaughter Zero Wings members. Isn't it just a defensive magic array? That Beast Emperor really is useless. He still hasn't destroyed it. The 20-plus players behind Snow Scar, a Tier 2 Berserker, were growing impatient after such a long wait. If Phoenix Rain were present, she would have been astonished to see these players. Not only were they all level 56-plus, Tier 2 players, but they were also famous experts in the Iron Empire. Originally, they had either been known independent players or top-ranked experts from first-rate guilds. Some were even dark players overall. Everyone in the Iron Empire was familiar with these players. They all wielded a level of power that even first-rate guilds were helpless against. Some of them even had special means that could cause the various superpowers headaches. Yet, these 20-plus players had gathered here. Moreover, they had joined Blackwater. Why wouldn't this be shocking? Let's wait for a bit. Ancient Rock City should make its move soon. If the situation hasn't changed in the next few minutes, it won't be too late for us to attack, Snow Scar said, smiling at the restless group of players around him honestly. Even he felt somewhat powerless against this group. These people usually acted like lawless criminals in the Iron Empire since so few players weren't capable of challenging them. A few of these players even had the strength to rival him. If they decided to rampage, he wasn't confident that he could stop them. Only Xuan Wuxia was capable of truly controlling these madmen. However, she was also the reason that this bunch had joined the Heavenly Eagle Legion. After hearing Snow Scar's decision, the other Heavenly Eagle Legion members fell silent, returning their attention to Zero Wings' army. As Zero Wings' army organized its retreat from the battlefield, over a dozen figures flew out of Ancient Rock City. Upon seeing these figures, the watching crowd, all of whom had assumed that the battle had reached its end, were stupefied. What's going on? Why is a Tier 4 NPC here? There's not just the Tier 4 NPC. 2 mythic evil demons have joined the battle as well. I knew Beast Emperor wouldn't let Zero Wing escape. This is going to be interesting. Beast Emperor is too ruthless. Zero Wing will suffer a massive loss this time. Beast Emperor still had so much power hidden. The spectating crowd was stunned as they watched the dozen or so figures rapidly approach Zero Wing's force. Even the spectating superpowers were astonished. Although there were only a dozen or so new arrivals, the group had enough combat power to capture a guild town. After a moment of silence, Wales, a level 80, Tier 4 NPC, appeared above Zero Wing's army. He then pointed his staff at the sky above him. Offenders of the evil god, the punishment for your crimes is death. Suddenly, countless small magic arrays appeared in the sky before silvery gray arrows descended like a storm. Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell, Death's Twilight. As the silver arrows rained down, the defensive magic array's energy reserves rapidly depleted. After a short moment, the defensive magic array's energy reserves were empty. Aqua Rose hadn't even had time to replenish the reserves before the magic array shattered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 level 80 mythic evil demons and the dozen or so Grand Lord ranked evil demons flew towards Zero Wing's army. Beast Emperor is quite ruthless. We merely destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. Does he really need to send a Tier 4 NPC after us? Blackie felt an intense pressure weigh down on him as he looked up at Wales. The man's aura was even stronger than that of a Tier 4 monster, and despite standing so far away from the NPC, Blackie felt stifled. Sure enough, Guild leader's guess had been correct. Beast Emperor won't let us get away so easily. Aqua Rose looked at Wales with a bitter smile. She had to admit that Beast Emperor was a formidable foe. There was a reason that the various superpowers had been powerless against Ancient Rock City. Aside from the large number of evil beasts and evil demons under his command, Beast Emperor also had so many powerful trump cards. Elder Wales, please punish these offenders and transform them into nutrients for our evil demon army, Wind Hunter said, laughing as he pointed at Zero Wing's army. 100,000 elite and expert players. The corpses of these players would elevate the evil god's temple's evil demon army to a whole new level. They'd be able to create far more mythic evil demons in the future. As soon as Wind Hunter finished speaking, Wales began to chant an incantation. Meanwhile, the Mythic and Grand Lord ranked evil demons charged for the movement-type defensive magic array in an attempt to destroy the barrier around Zero Wing's army. Preventing it from erecting another, it seems that there's no other way. Since he won't let us leave, we'll drag him to hell with us. Aqua Rose sighed. She then pulled an ancient magic scroll and a beautiful crystal from her bag. This magic scroll was none other than the Tier 4 continuous use magic scroll, Vulcan's Sigh. As for the beautiful crystal, it was an elemental source Melancholic Smile had acquired with great difficulty after scouring through the various kingdoms and empires. Source of blazing fire. Vulcan's kin descend. Chapter 1881 Disaster Incarnate. When Aqua Rose activated Vulcan's Sigh, which was powered by the source of blazing fire, darkness suddenly flooded the sky above the battlefield. Following which, a gigantic spatial tear opened up in the sky. Meanwhile, at this moment, the players and the monsters on the battlefield had frozen in their tracks, gazing at the black hole in the sky in fear. What did she do? Windhunter, who currently stood on Ancient Rock City's city wall, shuddered in fear when he saw the hill-sized eyeball inside the black hole. Right now he could clearly feel death looming over him, let alone Windhunter. Even the Tier 4 NPC whales turned pale when he sensed the dreadful aura coming from the gigantic eyeball. He couldn't even move his body right now. As the aura intensified, the black hole spat out flaming meteors in the blink of an eye. The flaming meteors illuminated the sky brightly before anyone could react. The flaming meteors descended on the evil beast and evil demon army, the impact causing countless explosions and screams of agony to resound in the battlefield. At this moment, it was as if Armageddon had arrived as the entire battlefield shook among the evil beasts and evil demons caught within the range of the flaming meteors. Those at the Lord rank and below were killed instantly. Meanwhile, the meteor shower covered a 700-yard radius at the very minimum. By the time the meteor shower ended, the terrain of the battlefield had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Aside from the monsters at the Great Lord rank and above, everything else caught within the AoE of Vulcan's Sigh was now ashes. Even the two mythic evil demons, which were unfortunate enough to be in the attack's AoE, had fallen into a heavily injured state, their combat power plummeting in just one attack. More than 5,000 evil beasts and evil demons were killed. The destructive power of Vulcan's Sigh stupefied everyone on the battlefield. The dark players that were originally planning on charging into battle all gulped audibly, their backs growing cold as they watched this scene play out before them. That was close. Fortunately, we didn't charge into battle too quickly. I never thought that Zero Wing would actually have such a trump card hidden as well. Had we charged into battle, we probably would have died to this large-scale destruction spell. However, Zero Wing is already at the end of its tether. The number of evil beasts and evil demons killed is nothing to Beast Emperor. How does Zero Wing plan on repelling Beast Emperor's remaining forces? I refuse to believe that Zero Wing still has another magic scroll like that. I guess you're right. Once Zero Wing's members get scattered by the evil beasts, it'll be our turn to make a move. Zero Wing's members are all walking sacks of money. We'll be able to make a fortune if we manage to kill a few of them. Although everyone was shocked by the might of Vulcan's Sigh, none of them was an ordinary player. They understood that such a powerful large-scale destruction spell could be used only once. This was merely Zero Wing's last gasp before it got annihilated. It wouldn't stop Beast Emperor's forces from giving chase at this moment. Snowscar, who was watching the battle from a short distance away, unsheathed the two sabers he carried in his bag and commanded, "Prepare to move out." This was the moment he had been waiting for. When cornered, even a rat would bite back at the cat, not to mention a guild like Zero Wing. Meanwhile, now that Zero Wing's last-ditch defense was over, it was the perfect opportunity for them to take action. At Snowscar's words, the eyes of Blackwater's members glowed with excitement and anticipation. The experts of the Heavenly Eagle Legion in particular had long since been dying to make a move. If not for Snowscar holding them back, they would have charged at Zero Wing's army already. However, just as the Blackwater members and dark players were preparing to rush down on Zero Wing's members, a deafening roar suddenly came from the fiery plains created by the meteor shower. Following the first roar, more roars shook the battlefield one after another. Then, the meteors that landed on the battlefield started transforming. The flames surrounding the meteors grew considerably. As for the meteors themselves, they took on a humanoid form. In the blink of an eye, over 500 flaming giants appeared on the battlefield. Even the weakest among these flame giants was a level 75 Great Lord that was 10 meters tall. Meanwhile, the majority of the flame giants on the battlefield were 20-meter-tall Grand Lords. There were also 4 60-meter-tall mythic flame giants. These 4 mythic flame giants looked like 4 flaming mountains as they stood on the battlefield. Everywhere these mythic flame giants passed became a sea of flames. Lava also flowed down from their bodies continuously, turning the area within 100 yards of the mythic flame giants into a lava field. Any evil beasts and evil demons caught within this lava field got burned and lost chunks of HP over time after taking shape. These flame giants slaughtered the evil beasts and evil demons before them and charged straight towards ancient Rock City. The level 83 mythic flame giants, in particular, were simply unstoppable, sending even the mythic evil beasts flying with a single slap. Meanwhile, the Lord-ranked evil beasts caught within the lava fields formed by the mythic flame giants lost HP at a rate visible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye. Several hundred evil beasts and evil demons had been killed. The battlefield had been turned into a sea of flames as well. It was no exaggeration to say that this legion of flame giants was disaster incarnate. Damn it. Stop them. Quick. We must not let them enter the city. Beast Emperor shouted, his complexion turning deathly pale when he saw the flame giants charging toward ancient Rock City. The flame giants' bodies were massive. If they entered ancient Rock City, the destruction they would cause would be unimaginable. This was especially true for the mythic flame giants. Their entry would spell disaster for the city. Damn it. Zero Wing, just you wait. The evil god's temple will flatten you sooner or later. Wind Hunter bellowed as he glared at Zero Wing's army. Gnashing his teeth, he promptly controlled all his evil demons and evil beasts to deal with the flame giants. Ancient Rock City was the evil god's temple's foothold in the Ore Empire. They could not afford to lose it, no matter what. Although he did not think that the Flame Giant Legion could destroy the entire city, even partial destruction was not a loss they could afford. Following which, under Wind Hunter's command, Whales and the 2 mythic evil demons moved to hinder the mythic flame giants. As for the other evil beasts and evil demons, Wind Hunter tasked them with dealing with the other flame giants. The number of monsters targeting Zero Wing's members decreased drastically. Using this opportunity, Aqua Rose activated the movement-type defensive magic array once again. Immediately after, she had the army beat a hasty retreat. At the same time, she also had Flying Shadow and the others recall the divine magic dragons to support the army's withdrawal. Right now, the Flame Giant Legion was more than enough to handle the frontline. This sudden development gave the players seeking to attack Zero Wing's members pause. With the 3 divine magic dragons guarding Zero Wing's army, no player could poke their nose into this battle. Moreover, Zero Wing's defensive magic array was up again. There were also the 200 miniature ballistas continuously firing exploding arrows. Weary retreating, Snow Scar said, sighing as he sent a glance at Zero Wing's receding army. But the other members of the Heavenly Eagle Legion felt unreconciled as they looked at Snow Scar. Do you think you can handle those 3 divine magic dragons? Snow Scar asked as he eyed the 20-plus players behind him. They might be able to do something about the defensive magic array and 200 miniature ballistas, but they would be helpless against the 3 divine magic dragons. Although the divine magic dragons were heavily injured, as they were controlled by players, the combat power they possessed was still above that of ordinary mythic monsters. Not to mention, with the divine magic dragon's basic attributes, all they needed was 1 hit to kill current players. If we use our trump card, what will those 3 divine magic dragons amount to? A white-clad Tier 2 summoner argued. Trump card. Are you all going to expose our Heavenly Eagle Legion's greatest secret without the Vice Guild leader's permission? Snow Scar asked as he shot a cold glare at the Tier 2 summoner. Everyone present promptly fell silent. Relax. You'll have plenty of opportunities to perform in the future. Not to mention, we got to see Zero Wing's trump cards this time. A guild that has its trump cards exposed is no different from a beast that has lost its claws and fangs. Zero Wing is no longer a threat to us, Snow Scar said, a faint smile appearing on his face as he eyed the distant Zero Wing army. When Zero Wing's army completed its retreat from the battlefield, the battle at Ancient Rock City had also come to an end. Although Zero Wing had failed to capture Ancient Rock City, it had managed to destroy the city's defensive magic array and retreat entirely unscathed. Most importantly, Zero Wing had also destroyed the Dark Witch's Tower, an important gathering point for dark players in the Or Empire after the battle ended. News of it spread like crazy to the kingdoms and empires neighboring the Or Empire. Chapter 1882. Everyone's Considerations. Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. Many players roamed along the city's streets. Players visiting the city for the first time were awed by its prosperity. As one explored the busy streets, they'd encounter level 55 or above players who wore level 50 secret silver equipment. Tier 2 experts were also relatively common. Meanwhile, Starlink's guild residence sat at the heart of the city. It was one of the most eye-catching sights within the city, and there was always a long line of players seeking to join the guild outside its entrance. Why does it feel like more players have applied to join Starlink recently? I've even heard rumors that players from outside of the Dark Knight Empire have come to join Starlink. That's only natural. I've heard that Starlink has acquired a magic crystal vein, so the guild no longer lacks magic crystals. Moreover, the guild recently cleared a path to the Sea of Trees, and can now travel to the area. The Sea of Trees? Are you talking about the Dark Knight Empire's rumored Dream City? Of course. What else would I be talking about? I've heard that the Sea of Trees is a wonderful place, protected by the 6 great primordial elf kings. It also has a passage that allows you to complete your promotion to Tier 2. You can actually skip the regular Tier 2 promotion quest. The passage is also easier than the normal promotion quest, although, once you complete the trial, you don't get one of the main Tier 2 classes, but a special Tier 2 class. A special Tier 2 class. That's right. It's a semi-support class called Traveling Bard. The class is a combination of the Berserker, Elementalist, Cleric, and Oracle classes. How awesome! You can actually skip the normal Tier 2 promotion quest. The Tier 2 promotion quests are so difficult that you're not guaranteed to pass if even with the full support of a large guild. I wonder when we'll get to visit the Sea of Trees. Even if I can't complete my normal Tier 2 promotion quest, becoming a Tier 2 traveling bard isn't a bad idea. At the very least, I'll be much stronger than a Tier 1 berserker. Keep dreaming. That's the Sea of Trees we're talking about. How could it be so easy to visit? Only Starlink, the force responsible for opening the path to the city, can lead a large number of players to it. Why do you think experts from other countries are coming to join Starlink? Everyone's trying to get into the Sea of Trees through the guild. The independent players who loitered in the central district chatted as they watched the long line of players outside of Starlink's residence. Although they, too, wished to join the guild, Starlink was a large enough guild that it could even contend with the various super first-rate guilds. Its recruitment requirements were intensely strict. Not just anyone could join. Meanwhile, a dozen or so Tier 2 players had gathered in the guild leader's office in Starlink's residence. Damn that unyielding soul. They actually secured the first clear of a large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon before us and promoted their guild to 3-star. Lu Xinglua frowned as he glared at the people before him. How did this happen? We've clearly held the lead. How did Unyielding Soul get the first clear instead? Guild leader, based on our investigations, Unyielding Soul has acquired a large number of powerful weapons and tools to increase their raid team's combat power significantly. Those items are the reason that they secured the first clear. Dawn Webb, who is now a level 57, Tier 2 Elementalist, explained. Powerful weapons? How is that possible? The situation left Lu Xinglua confused. Despite its current dire straits, Unyielding Soul was still a super first-rate guild. Its main force should have already wielded the best equipment in God's domain. Even if Unyielding Soul borrowed equipment from other guilds, it shouldn't be able to increase its raid team's combat power by such a large margin. It's true. According to our spies, the guild has acquired a large collection of level 55 dark gold weapons. Dawn Webb said as he sent Lu Xinglua the information on the weapons. Although these level 55 dark gold weapons are inferior to most level 55 dark gold weapons, they are still more powerful than level 50 dark gold weapons. Level 55 dark gold weapons? How did they get their hands on these? Not even super guilds have such an armory. There's no way anybody would be willing to sell a large batch of these weapons. Lu Xinglua said in surprise. Our spies have confirmed that the weapons came from Zero Wing. Zero Wing must have some special channel that allows it to collect such items, Don Webb explained. I've already had someone investigate the guild, but Zero Wing has kept a tight lid on this matter. So far, we have failed to discover the weapon's origin. However, if I were to guess, it is highly likely that Zero Wing's forgers crafted the items. Even the various superpowers are struggling to raid level 50 team dungeons. Other than special quests or high-level field bosses, it is almost impossible for players to acquire level 55 dark gold weapons right now. Furthermore, Zero Wing sold the weapons to Unyielding Soul in bulk. It is very likely that Zero Wing's forgers have managed to create a level 55 dark gold weapon by luck or found the forging designs, mass-producing the weapons. Zero Wing. Lu Xinglua's expression darkened when he heard the name. I've heard that Zero Wing just launched a sudden attack against Ancient Rock City. What was the battle's outcome? Zero Wing had already dared to disobey him. Now the guild had assisted Unyielding Soul, his guild's rival. Due to the assistance, Unyielding Soul had recovered its momentum and become an even greater thorn in his side. Zero Wing has failed. Don Webb said softly after giving the matter some thought. I know that. That's Beast Emperor we're talking about. How could that old bastard be so easy to defeat? The old bastard was even lucky enough to acquire a legacy from the evil god's temple. Lu Xinglua said, nodding. I want to know how severe Zero Wing's losses were. There were none. After failing to capture Ancient Rock City, Zero Wing used a powerful magic scroll to stop Beast Emperor's army before retreating from the battlefield, Don Webb explained. Although Zero Wing failed to capture Ancient Rock City, however, the guild did destroy the Dark Witch's Tower, one of the Dark players' teleportation points in the Or Empire. How? Lu Xinglua's eyes widened with shock. Finding this revelation somewhat unbelievable, he continued. I thought Dark Soul guarded the town. Although he did not know exactly how powerful the Dark Witch's Tower was, even superpowers would have to pay a high price to destroy it since it was protected by high-level NPCs, much less a guild like Zero Wing. Moreover, Zero Wing had been engaged in a battle against Ancient Rock City while it had attacked the Dark Witch's Tower. That's correct. During the battle with the Dark Witch's Tower, Zero Wing revealed war weapons that no one has seen in the game before. This weapon operates like a mobile magic tower. It even has extremely high defense. The attack on the Dark Witch's Tower succeeded due to these weapons. All of the various superpowers are looking into it to find a way to acquire the weapons for themselves. Don Webb reported, nodding. He then forwarded the Dark Witch's Tower's battle video to Lu Xinglua. The ability to produce level 55 dark gold weapons, and now this? Zero Wing is unexpectedly capable. After Lu Xinglua watched the video, his lips curled into a smile as he said, very good. I had simply planned to destroy Zero Wing, but it seems that the guild still has some value. Change of plans. Notify our subordinates to bring me these items. What about the Sea of Trees? We've gone to great lengths to acquire the 8 keys from the Thorn Fortress. Are we going to give up now that we're so close to the final struggle? Don Webb asked hurriedly. Of course not. We'll deal with the Sea of Trees first then. We'll take care of Zero Wing, Lu Xinglua said. As he looked at the hell tanks on his screen, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. All right, go. See to the necessary preparations. Understood. Don Webb nodded. He then led his men out of the office. Meanwhile, in Silverwing town, the return of Zero Wing's army caused a huge commotion in the town. After all, the battle's outcome had been striking. Although Zero Wing had failed to take down Ancient Rock City, the Dark Witch's Tower's destruction ensured that dark players would no longer pose a threat to Silverwing town. Including the guild's occupation of the secret stone fortress, Zero Wing had secured the Or Empire's southeastern region. No force would be able to hinder the guild's members now. With the rich leveling resources in the Or Empire, Zero Wing's development speed would skyrocket for a time. Independent players from other countries traveled to Silverwing town in hopes of joining Zero Wing. Many among them were expert players. Guild leader. The various superpowers representatives have left. They all expressed their congratulations on garrisoning in the secret stone fortress. Aqua Rose said, smiling at Shifeng as he organized and inspected the loot he had acquired from the Dark Witch's tower. However, Hellfiend from King's Return wore a particularly grudging look when he left. You should have seen how funny it was. It seems that they intend to give up on pressuring our guild. Shifeng nodded. The outcome didn't surprise him. Now that the potential losses outweighed the gains, it was only natural that the various superpowers gave up on targeting Zero Wing. Right. Unyielding Heart has also come to meet you. He has brought a few people with him this time. He says that he has a huge business proposition for you. Aqua Rose said. They're currently waiting in the second floor's VIP reception room. Would you like to meet with them now? A business proposition? Alright, let's head over and see what they have to say. Shifeng was relatively curious about Unyielding Heart's sudden visit. He and Aqua Rose then left the guild warehouse and headed for the second floor VIP reception room. Chapter 1883. Set equipment of astronomical value. Four people sat in the second floor VIP reception room in Zero Wing's guild residence. When Shifeng and Aqua Rose entered, these four people shifted their gazes toward the door. Sorry for the long wait. Shifeng said he was already acquainted with two of the four players, Unyielding Heart and Mu Lingsha. Shifeng also recognized the other two. They had been experts that ever-large guild in God's domain had known about during his previous life. One of these two was a level 57, Tier 2 elementalist called Long Soul, while the other was a level 57, Tier 2 Guardian Knight called Hunting Blade. In the past, Long Soul had also been known as the Crimson Wizard, whereas Hunting Blade had been known as the Iron Giant. Although neither had ranked on the God's domain's experts list in the past, the secret Pavilion had given them official titles they hadn't ranked simply because they hadn't wanted to. Every superpower had their own secrets, and none of them would display every expert they had. Hence, under pressure from the various superpowers, the secret pavilion hadn't included every expert on the God's domain experts list. However, the secret pavilion had still provided a brief description of some of these experts. All of the experts that had earned a title had striking battle records. Although Long Soul and Hunting Blade hadn't been as famous as Unyielding Heart, they weren't any weaker than the guild leader. Of course, the two players had only earned their titles after reaching Tier 3 in the game. At this point, few people knew these players' true abilities. Guild leader Black Flame. You've come, Unyielding Heart said, smiling as he stood. He then gestured to Long Soul and Hunting Blade and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Long Soul, Unyielding Soul's chief elementalist, and this is Hunting Blade, Unyielding Soul's chief guardian knight." Hello. Both Long Soul and Hunting Blade nodded at Shifeng as they carefully observed the swordsman's every action. Attempting to determine Shifeng's capabilities, Shifeng was a large part of the reason for Zero Wing's current success. The guild had even secured a foothold in the Or Empire and forcibly dissuaded the various superpowers from targeting Zero Wing some time ago. Zero Wing had even sold Unyielding Soul a large number of level 55 dark gold weapons, which allowed Unyielding Soul to earn the first clear in a level 50, large-scale team dungeon, and become the first guild in the Dark Knight Empire to reach 3-star status. It was because of these achievements that Unyielding Soul now had more capital to contend with Starlink in its home empire. Once everyone had been introduced, Unyielding Heart removed a list from his bag and handed it to Shifeng. A quick glance at the list left Shifeng confused. Guild leader Black Flame. I suspect that you might be interested in the items listed. Am I correct? Unyielding Heart asked, smiling. You are. Zero Wing is very interested in acquiring these items, Shifeng said, nodding. Every item on the list was a material that Zero Wing was currently trying to purchase in bulk. There were even materials for crafting the Hell Tank among them. Certain materials the Hell Tank required couldn't be acquired from team dungeons. Only a few special maps produced these materials. Unfortunately, the various large guilds valued these materials and usually didn't sell them. Hence, Melancholic Smile could only try her best to purchase these materials from other countries' independent players since he had no real reason to hide the fact. Shifeng acknowledged his need for these materials. Any large guild could easily deduce that Zero Wing was attempting to collect materials, after all. Only, these guilds did not know what Zero Wing wanted the materials for. Unyielding Soul is willing to sell these materials to Zero Wing in bulk and at market price. Unyielding Heart said. You willing to sell Zero Wing? Shifeng smiled. That would be wonderful. But I doubt that's why you're here. If Unyielding Soul only wanted to sell Zero Wing these rare materials, Unyielding Heart wouldn't have personally visited the guild. He could have simply sent a subordinate to initiate the transaction. Moreover, Unyielding Heart had gone so far as to bring the Crimson Wizard and Iron Giant with him. Of course, that's not the only reason I've come. I would like to trade these rare materials for the Dark Corrosion set and Sundial set earlier than planned. I believe the price I have to offer will be to your satisfaction. Unyielding Heart said, nodding as he revealed his true motive. You want to conduct the transaction in advance? Glancing at Long Soul and Hunting Blade, Shifeng realized why Unyielding Heart had brought these two with him today. Unfortunately, I've already informed you and the Phoenix Pavilion Master of the auction date for the two sets. If I trade with you now, I'm afraid that it won't be fair to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dark Corrosion set and Sundial set were both level 55 to level 60 Dark Gold set equipment. If Long Soul and Hunting Blade could use these sets now, they could be of great help to their guild. It was no wonder why Unyielding Heart wished to conduct the transaction ahead of time. I understand. That is why Unyielding Soul is willing to offer you 70,000 golds worth of rare materials or magic crystals for the two sets. I don't believe that even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is capable of making such an offer. If you're uncertain, we can also contact the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and conduct an impromptu auction right now. I believe the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion won't object to the arrangement. Unyielding Heart said. When Long Soul and Hunting Blade heard Unyielding Soul's statement, their expressions changed. They both wondered if their guild leader had lost his mind. This wasn't the price they had agreed on earlier. Not only had Unyielding Heart asked to purchase the two sets for 70,000 gold, but he even offered to settle the bill with extremely rare materials. For that price, they could purchase quite a few sets of individual level 60 dark gold equipment. 70,000 gold in rare materials? Shifeng was astonished when he heard the proposal. Shifeng had to admit that the offer was tempting. He had intended to set the starting bid for the Dark Corrosion set at 24,000 gold. And that price was only so high because the set was meant for MTs. He had thought he'd be lucky to sell the Sundial set for 10,000 gold. At best, he had estimated that he could sell the two sets for a total of 50,000 gold. Yet Unyielding Heart had just offered 70,000 gold for the sets. Moreover, he was willing to pay with the rare materials Shifeng needed to produce the Helltonkas. Unyielding Heart had stated. Phoenix Rain couldn't match such an astronomical price. The Dark Corrosion set and Sundial sets were only level 60 Dark Gold set equipment at best, not epic equipment, which could be used until level 100 or beyond. Aqua Rose, who stood quietly to the side, flashed Unyielding a surprised expression. She hadn't expected the other guild leader to be so mad now that Zero Wing had garrisoned in the secret stone fortress and transferred a large number of guild members to it. The guild urgently needed a large number of coins and resources. If Zero Wing could secure the resources Unyielding Heart had just offered, this transaction could accelerate Zero Wing's occupation of the Ore Empire's southeastern region. When Unyielding Heart saw Shifeng and Aqua Rose's satisfied expressions, his smile brightened. Although he had offered to purchase the sets at a much higher price than he had initially planned, he had done so to avoid a scene. If he had competed with Phoenix Rain in an auction, the risk of leaked information would increase remorsefully. Shifeng shook his head. 70,000 gold is indeed tempting, but please allow me to refuse, Shifeng said as he returned the list to Unyielding Heart, firm determination in his eyes. Are you not satisfied with my offer? Unyielding Heart was stunned. Long Soul and Hunting Blade stared at Shifeng as well. They both thought that Shifeng had lost his mind. No one else would offer such a generous price, yet Shifeng had rejected it. No, I find it quite satisfying, Shifeng answered truthfully. Then why? Unyielding Heart's confidence began to crumble as he stared at Shifeng. Unfortunately, I'm more interested in the Sea of Trees, Shifeng said, chuckling. Chapter 1884, Tier 2 Special Class. After Shifeng's statement, the room fell deathly silent. This Unyielding Heart couldn't help but stare at Shifeng in shock. He had never dreamed that Shifeng's appetite would be so intense. Not only wasn't the man satisfied with 70,000 gold in rare materials, but he had also set his sights on Unyielding Soul's Sea of Trees. The Sea of Trees? Questions filled Aqua Rose's mind. She didn't recognize the name, and that made her curious. What was the Sea of Trees that it was enough for Sherfong to refuse so many valuable resources? Moreover, based on Unyielding Heart and his companion's expressions, the Sea of Trees clearly wasn't ordinary guild leader Black Flame. If you wish to involve the Sea of Trees in this transaction, Unyielding Soul will have to bow out. Long Soul firmly declared as he stood. It is best if you consider something else. The Sea of Trees was a legendary city in the Dark Knight Empire. Anybody could learn that much after a little research. Besides, it was no longer a secret in the Empire. Many experts had already learned of the Sea of Trees, and traveled to Dark Knight City to join Starlink. However, unlike Starlink, Unyielding Soul had no intentions of sharing the Sea of Trees. Hunting blade nodded as well from beside Long Soul. The Sea of Trees was far beyond Unyielding Soul's bottom line. Zero Wing must be dreaming if it thought it could demand a share of the profits in exchange for 2 dark gold set equipment. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Aren't you interested in what I have to offer? Long Soul's reaction didn't particularly surprise Sherfong. The Sea of Trees was a unique secret land, which had been created by the 6 great primordial elf kings. Like Primordial City, the Sea of Trees could provide players immense help, but the Sea of Trees primarily focused on magic research. Players could find many magic arrays that weren't available in God's Domain's NPC towns and cities. Players could also improve their grasp on magic arrays, as well as their spell completion rates. Because of this, the various major powers in the past had placed heavy importance on the Sea of Trees. After the Sea of Trees activated, players would only be able to visit the city if they had a key. As a result, the city's entry slots were incredibly precious. However, as players continued to unlock more of the city's features, the entry conditions would loosen. In the end, the Sea of Trees had become one of the most famous NPC cities throughout God's Domain. Meanwhile, the Sea of Trees' most well-known benefit was its Tier 2 special class, Traveling Bard. As one of the few semi-support classes available at Tier 2, the class had the ability to boost teammates, although the Traveling Bard didn't command high DPS. A Traveling Bard could increase a 100-man team's combat power by at least 15%. This was why the various large guilds had valued this Tier 2 special class. Naturally, Unyielding Soul would have a greater advantage if it monopolized the class for as long as possible. It doesn't matter what you say. We won't budge on this matter. Long Soul growled resolutely. Unyielding Soul had researched the Traveling Bard class in detail, so they knew just how much help the class would provide to a team. As long as Unyielding Soul had Traveling Bard players, the guild could clear team dungeons far faster than other superpowers. As for Starlink and Crimson Emperor, who had also obtained keys to enter the Sea of Trees, neither would share their slots to ensure their advantage over their competition. What if I told you that I have a way to increase players' success rate of becoming Traveling Bards? Sherfong asked, chuckling. I know a little about the Traveling Bard class. I have heard that a limited number of players can class change into a Traveling Bard. 20 per week, I think? Moreover, I don't believe that Unyielding Soul is the only guild in the Dark Knight Empire that has acquired the keys to enter the city. How do you know this? Long Soul stared at Sherfong in shock. The matter regarding the city's keys should have been a core secret that only their 3 guilds knew. Players outside of the guilds should only know that they could become Traveling Bards after visiting the Sea of Trees. But how could such a massive advantage exist without limit? There was indeed a player limit for the promotion quest. Only 20 players could acquire the class each week. Once that limit had been reached, players would have to wait 7 days before they could attempt the class change. Increase the class change success rate? Guild leader Black Flame, do you really have a way of doing so? Unyielding Heart could not help his growing interest. Although 7 days wasn't a long time, it wasn't very short either. The various superpowers' main force members would surpass level 60 after 2 cooldown cycles. At that time, Tier 2 players would not be as much of a rarity. Fortunately, the Traveling Bard's value wouldn't lessen in that time, although the class would be most valuable during the first 2 cooldown cycles. Currently, the Dark Knight Empire's 3 main powers vied for these first 20 slots. If it were possible to increase the class change success rate, Unyielding Soul would have a massive advantage over its competition, of course. Moreover, my method increases the success rate by at least 20%. Sherfong confidently explained. A 20% improvement? Unyielding Heart gasped. Although the Traveling Bard's class change quest was slightly easier than the usual Tier 2 promotion quest, that didn't mean it was easy. The expert's Unyielding Soul had carefully selected to attempt the class change only had a success rate of roughly 50%. If it were possible to increase that by 20%, Unyielding Soul could monopolize the 20 slots. The Sea of Trees initial entry slots are incomparably precious. Besides, how do we know that you're telling us the truth? Long Soul stated, I don't have any proof. It is up to you to believe me or not. I only want 10 entry slots into the city. I'll also reduce the price for the 2 sets to 50,000 golden resources, Shifeng said, smiling. You. For a time, Long Soul was at a loss for words. All right, I'll agree to your offer on behalf of Unyielding Soul. Mu Lingsha, who had remained silent all this time, said suddenly, Miss Mu, what if he's just spouting nonsense? Long Soul tried to dissuade the woman. I don't believe that guild leader Black Flame would trick us. Furthermore, his understanding of the Traveling Bard class isn't inferior to ours in the least. This proves that he knows what he's talking about. Mu Lingsha said. Since Mu Lingsha was so determined, Long Soul had no choice but to nod silently. However, as Mu Lingsha had implied, only the core upper echelons of the Dark Knight Empire's 3 major guilds should know any details related to the Traveling Bard class. Information leaks should be impossible, yet Shifeng had revealed accurate information on the class. This proved that he indeed knew something. All right, let us sign a contract then. Once Unyielding Soul's group had agreed, Shifeng revealed a contract he had prepared beforehand. He then filled in some of the blank areas of the contract before handing it to Unyielding Soul's representatives. The conditions were very simple. Unyielding Soul would give Silverwing 10 entry slots to the Sea of Trees and 50,000 gold in rare resources. In return, Silverwing would hand over the 2 dark gold set equipment and the information on how to increase the class change success rate for the Traveling Bard class. After both sides had signed the contract, Shifeng revealed his method to Mu Lingsha. In truth, the method was very simple. Learn how to produce magic arrays. As long as one could manufacture intermediate magic arrays, players would have a far easier time when attempting the Traveling Bard class change quest. Although the method was simple, nurturing players to the intermediate magician standard wouldn't be. Hence, Shifeng had only asked for 10 slots. After all, the number of Tier 1 players that could craft intermediate magic arrays was incredibly low. Most expert players in God's domain would be fortunate if they could produce basic magic arrays, much less intermediate rank. Both sides then agreed to meet up in Dark Knight City 2 days before they'd head to the Sea of Trees. When Shifeng had completed his side of the bargain, he received 50,000 gold in resources. These materials should be enough to set up the basic teleportation device. Shifeng smiled at the magic crystals and materials Unyielding Heart had transferred to him. Although the system had awarded a basic teleportation device, setting it up in a town or city required additional magic crystals and materials. In fact, the task demanded 20,000 magic crystals and roughly 4,000 gold in materials. Previously, due to the battle against Beast Emperor, Silverwing had spent most of the magic crystals it had stockpiled. Fortunately, Shifeng's deal with Unyielding Heart had netted him 40,000 magic crystals, more than enough to set up the basic teleportation device. Immediately after the meeting, Shifeng made his way for Silverwing Town's most popular attraction, the airport. Chapter 1885, Basic Teleportation Device. Silverwing Town Airport. Due to the airport's appearance, the previously desolate sector of the town had become a hub for players and NPCs. Many players lingered outside of the airport, hawking their wares or recruiting team members. So, this is Silverwing Town? The players here are so high-leveled. The town's average level can already compete with Black Dragon City's players. Don't you know? Many expert players have come to develop in Silverwing Town, since it has become easier to travel here from Starmoon City, and the town's transportation quests offer such bountiful rewards. I've heard that players can even purchase cheap secret silver weapons and equipment from Silverwing Town's transportation firm from time to time. As players left the airport, some couldn't help their surprise when they saw how prosperous Silverwing Town had become. Practically every player roaming the street outside the airport was level 53 or above, with the majority being level 54 and 55. Tier 2 experts were also common. However, the players selling equipment and tools were the most shocking in Black Dragon City, the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital. Players rarely sold level 50 secret silver equipment. However, on the street outside the airport, quite a few players did just that. Moreover, their prices were 20% lower than in Black Dragon City. Although, despite the 20% discount, the prices were still beyond ordinary players' budgets. Meanwhile, after receiving a brief explanation on Silverwing Town, first-time visitors' eyes glowed with excitement based on what they had heard thus far. Developing in Silverwing Town would be far more successful than in Black Dragon City. Not only did the town offer many income sources for independent players like themselves, but acquiring level 50 weapons and equipment was also easier here. It was even said that the transportation firm offered level 50 fine gold weapons and equipment. The only problem was the transportation firm contribution point requirement, and those would not be easy to collect. The airport's benefits are really amazing. It's no wonder why guild towns with airports had quickly become advanced cities. Sherfong thought as he gazed at the crowded street before him. He had never thought that the airport would become so prosperous after just a few days. Although he had told Aqua Rose to increase Silverwing Town's player population limit, he didn't think it would be long before they reached the new limit. If he wanted to resolve this issue, he'd have to upgrade Silverwing Town to an advanced town soon. Although an advanced town was still a town, it was significantly larger than an intermediate town, nearly half the size of a basic city. However, upgrading Silverwing Town to advanced rank wouldn't be an easy task. Aside from the required popularity, neutral towns needed sufficient security to qualify for a promotion. Currently, gaining popularity wasn't a problem for Silverwing Town. With how many players the airport and transportation firm attracted, Silverwing Town gained a large amount of popularity each day. It wouldn't be long before Silverwing Town met the requirement for an advanced town. Unfortunately, doing the same for the town's security would be challenging in terms of defensive structures. Silverwing Town definitely passed as it had 5 magic towers and a large number of defense turrets. However, any additional defense turrets wouldn't provide much to the town's security. A town or city's security was divided into 2 factors: defensive structures and NPC soldiers. There were 2 methods of increasing NPC soldiers' strength. The first involved improving the soldiers' combat standards. The second required upgrading the NPC soldiers' weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, not even Sherfong had a method of improving the NPCs' combat standards. It all depended on the NPCs the town recruited. All he could do right now to strengthen Silverwing Town's NPC soldiers was improve their weapons and equipment. However, boosting the NPC soldiers to meet the strength requirement for a promotion would require a large number of coins. To reach the security standard for a promotion to advanced rank, 600 of Silverwing Town's 2,000 NPC soldiers would need to wear full sets of fine gold equipment. Currently, only 120 NPC soldiers wielded fine gold equipment. Meanwhile, gearing the remaining 480 NPCs would cost close to 290,000 gold in total. The greatest difficulty other guilds faced when trying to upgrade a neutral town was the town's popularity. During his previous life, the guild towns had generally fulfilled their security requirements long before they fulfilled their popularity requirements. However, Zero Wing was the exact opposite. This was precisely the reason for Sherfang's current headache. Zero Wing simply didn't have enough money. From an outsider's point of view, Zero Wing was quite wealthy. However, Sherfong knew how truly broke his guild was. Just taking care of Silverwing Town's development had drastically slowed Zero Wing City and the Lost Towns. Now he also needed 290,000 gold to upgrade Silverwing Town. This predicament was the reason he had set his sights on the Sea of Trees. In Unyielding Soul's opinion, he just wanted the Traveling Bard class to strengthen Zero Wing's teams, so that the guild could secure better weapons and equipment. In reality, however, the Traveling Bard class was nothing to him. The Sea of Trees itself was his true target. As players gradually unlocked the city's various features, the legendary Dream City would enjoy immense fame throughout the continent of God's domain. Thus far, the populace was still unaware that the Sea of Trees was actually a trade city for the various neutral races. Of course, this feature would only become available after players had removed the city's second seal. At that time, neutral NPCs would swarm to the Sea of Trees, and after the third seal was removed, neutral players would join them. At that time, like Blackwing City's passes, the Sea of Trees keys would become more common in neutral races' maps. The keys would no longer be limited to the Dark Knight Empire. Unlocking this feature would also open trade between human players and neutral players, although there did not seem to be many neutral players in the game right now. When they gathered, they would easily outnumber an empire's player population. After all, many players desired a stronger body, and becoming a neutral race would satisfy this desire. Since no one knew this secret yet, he had to prepare to secure a share of the profits, using this opportunity to make a fortune. It wouldn't be long before the Sea of Trees' second seal was removed, and if he didn't take action quickly, the Dark Knight Empire's three main powers would claim the Dream City's benefits. However, gaining these benefits had a prerequisite: coins. Lots and lots of coins. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng hurried towards a large, empty shop not far from the airport. This was one of the many shops Shifeng had left empty specifically for the airport. Immediately, Shifeng took out the basic teleportation device and a large number of materials from his bag. He then began to set up the device in the center of the shop's main hall. After working nonstop for 8 hours, Shifeng finally formed the necessary magic arrays and magic circuits, connecting them to the basic teleportation device. As he finished his work, he released a sigh of relief. The necessary magic arrays were not easy to form. Players needed a strong understanding of advanced magic arrays to do so. Creating the necessary magic circuits was even more complex. These magic circuits had to be connected to God's domain's ley lines. Normally, the task required 3 advanced magicians, but since he was Zero Wing's only advanced magician right now, he had to complete the task slowly. Fortunately, he had grasped the production process for advanced magic arrays. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to utilize the basic teleportation device at all. System: you have successfully connected the leyline magic circuit. Do you wish to activate the basic teleportation device? Activate. Chapter 1886, Prosperous Silverwing. In the quiet hall, the basic teleportation device activated, and magic arrays began to manifest on the ground. A short moment later, a silver threefold magic array appeared above the teleportation device, glowing with a dazzling light. The moment this threefold magic array appeared, the ambient mana rapidly gathered to the teleportation device. A pillar of silver light rose from the teleportation device, piercing through the ceiling and rising out of the shop. Every player in Silverwing Town could see the commotion activating the teleportation device had caused. As the silver light pillar rose beyond the clouds, it exploded. A silver light then rippled through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the ripple had enveloped all of Silverwing Town. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the silver ripple vanished. What just happened? Was that some kind of magical attack? Isn't the airport in that sector? Did someone just attack the airport? As the light pillar and ripple disappeared, questions overwhelmed the town's players. Some curious players started to make their way towards the airport to investigate. Meanwhile, inside the large shop, Shifeng grinned as he looked at the operational teleportation device. If an airport could attract players to a town, boosting its development, then a teleportation device would bring abundant wealth. This was especially true for Silverwing Town, a town in a dangerous place like the Empire. Hopefully, this thing's teleportation range is a little longer. Shifeng immediately inspected the teleportation device in God's domain. Teleportation device's range wasn't fixed, even for devices of the same rank. The teleportation device's range varied based on its environment. Basic teleportation device's teleportation range could cover anywhere between 500,000 yards and 1 million. The range was vast enough to teleport players across a small leveling map. Meanwhile, the further the basic teleportation device could reach, the larger Silverwing Town's safe zone would be. After all, if enemy players attacked Zero Wings within the teleportation range, the guild could send reinforcements instantly. This was also the reason that other powers rarely attacked towns with teleportation devices. A single mistake could easily lead to utter annihilation. As Shifeng called up the basic teleportation device's attribute panel, the system revealed the device's statistics: maximum teleportation distance, 710,000 yards; maximum users at one time, 100 people; teleportation cost, Every 150,000 yards per person requires 1 unit of mana. 1 unit of mana for every 150,000 yards with a maximum of 710,000 yards? Not bad. Shifeng was relatively satisfied with the teleportation device's statistics. 1 magic crystal yielded between 100 to 130 units of mana. In other words, 1 magic crystal would be enough to teleport between 100 to 130 people across 150,000 yards. This cost was much lower than an ordinary teleportation magic array. For example, the teleportation house in White River City cost 1/5 of a magic crystal to teleport 1 player from White River City to the Twin Towers Kingdom, which was 20 units of mana or more. After inspecting the statistics, Shifeng transferred 20 NPC managers from the battle arena to the basic teleportation device. He also set this shop up as Silverwing Town's teleportation point. As for the usage fees, he had set it at 80 copper per 150,000 yards per person. Although the profits wouldn't be astronomical with this price, even ordinary players would find it acceptable. This would no doubt attract many players to the teleportation service, which would, in turn, generate massive income. At the very least, Silverwing Town's teleportation device would earn him more than the Secret Stone Fortress's teleportation service. Although the teleportation array in the fortress consumed far less mana than this teleportation device, the fortress's managers only received a portion of the profits after deducting the operation costs. Once Shifeng finished with the shop, he instructed his NPCs to open it to the public. Many players had already gathered on the street outside of the shop due to the airport, and after seeing the silver light pillar, even more players had joined the crowd. The moment the shop opened, a flood of players surged in out of curiosity. What's going on? Silverwing Town even offers teleportation services to nearby areas? I thought only fortresses have this kind of teleportation function. This is wonderful. Traveling into the Ore Empire's inner region to quest is such a pain. Now that I can just teleport there, I'll save so much time. When the crowd of independent players discovered the teleportation shop's function, their eyes glistened with excitement. Although the teleportation price was slightly higher than that in the Ore Empire's fortresses, it was still within ordinary players' budgets. Moreover, Silverwing Town's living standards were far better than that of teleportation fortresses. Not only was the town's mana density incredibly high, but it also had a battle arena, in which players could train. Silverwing Town even had the transportation firm, which offered high-ranked weapons and equipment. The services Silverwing Town offered were no match for teleportation fortresses. As news of the teleportation shop spread, thousands of players fought to use it. In the few minutes since the shop had opened, it had generated 10 gold in profit. The teleportation shop's money-making speed was simply frightening. At this rate, as long as there were enough magic crystals available to continue operation, generating 10,000 gold in profit would be child's play for the teleportation shop. Silverwing Town's teleportation device was even more lucrative than Zero Wing City's 4 towers of elements. Of course, Shifeng had expected this. There were already more players using Silverwing Town's teleportation service than those in Zero Wing City, which had decreased since the players who wanted to travel to the Ore Empire had long since done so. Moreover, most players visiting the Empire were here to develop themselves. They'd likely remain in the Ore Empire for some time. Furthermore, due to the airport's recent construction, many players had opted to travel to the Ore Empire via airship. This further reduced the number of players who used Zero Wing City's teleportation services. In addition, Silverwing Town's teleportation service allowed players to teleport directly to the Secret Stone Fortress. Players could then use the Secret Stone Fortress's teleportation service to travel to the Ore Empire's inner region. Players who wanted to enjoy both Silverwing Town's benefits and grind in the Empire's inner region would frequently use the town's teleportation services, including the players trying to enter the town each day. Far more players would utilize the town's teleportation services than those in Zero Wing City. News of Silverwing Town's teleportation service quickly spread throughout the Ore Empire. It was enough motivation for players that quested and grinded in the Empire to shift their base of operations to Silverwing Town. Previously, not many players had settled down in Silverwing Town since it was so far from the Ore Empire's inner region, making travel to and from inconvenient. But since Shifeng had resolved this issue, these players would naturally set up their base in the town. Although the cost would be slightly higher, the town's benefits would make it worthwhile. The players operating in the Or Empire's inner region were at least elites as well, so spending a few extra silver coins each day wouldn't be a problem for a time. The number of players trying to enter Silverwing Town skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Blackwater's upper echelons and Beast Emperor learned about this recent development. They wore gloomy expressions. They had hoped that the various superpowers would gang up on Zero Wing. But not only hadn't that happened, but Silverwing Town also had a teleportation function now. With this, Zero Wing's control over the Or Empire's southeastern region would grow even stronger. Dust, the item you've mentioned is incomparably precious. It will definitely be difficult to acquire. If you have it, how confident are you of gaining full control of the evil Dragonification magic array? Beast Emperor asked the man beside him, Dust Edge, from his seat in the Evil God's branch temple in ancient Rock City. He had planned to use the dark players and bounty hunters to whittle Zero Wing's combat power and financial strength down, but now, this plan would likely fail. He also lacked the forces to launch a direct assault on Silverwing Town. Although Blackwater was powerful, it had recently acquired the Crimson Flame Fortress. It was still in the process of reinforcing its strength, and also lacked the power to destroy Zero Wing's town currently. Dust Edge's evil Dragonification legacy was his only hope. Unlike nurturing evil beasts and evil demons, producing evil dragons only required rare materials and players. I can't guarantee success, but I'm 80% confident I can gain full control over the magic array. Once I do, I'll be able to create even stronger evil dragons. Including the Evil God's Temple's current forces, destroying Silverwing Town should be a breeze. Dust Edge proclaimed, confidence shining in his eyes. We'll wipe all of Zero Wing from the face of God's domain, not to mention removing the guild from the Or Empire. Good. I'll notify Blackwater and Dark Soul now and have them secure the item for you as soon as possible. Seeing the confidence in Dust Edge's eyes, Beast Emperor couldn't wait to see the completed evil dragon. Meanwhile, in Silverwing Town's candlelight trading firm, Shifeng had begun to rent out the shops around the airport. He had set the rent at 3,000 gold per month for small shops and 5,000 gold per month for large shops. Naturally, there were a limited number of shops available, so they would be rented out on a first-come, first-served basis. The moment the guild revealed the rental prices, the town's interested merchant players were stunned. This is insane. Has Zero Wing gone mad for money? Chapter 1887. Foundations solidifying. Once the candlelight trading firm had published the shop's rental prices, the town's merchant players and nearby bystanders gaped in shock. Crap. 3,000 gold to rent a shop for 1 month. I can buy a shop in an NPC city with that kind of money. Silverwing Town can't even compare to an NPC city. Yet Zero Wing dares set the rent so high. Who could possibly afford such a price? If I had 3,000 gold, I could fully equip myself in top-tier equipment. With that kind of equipment, I'd be able to earn back the gold in a month if I'm lucky. It'd be far more profitable than renting a shop in Silverwing Town. For a time, Silverwing Town's players heatedly discussed the astronomical rent. Guild leader, I'm afraid that very few merchant players will be able to afford this price. Many capable trading firms have offered to rent the shops long-term if we lower the price by 30%, as well. Why don't we drop it just a little? Aqua Rose suggested from her seat in the second-floor hall. Truthfully, even she thought that Shifeng's price was a little too high. It might be acceptable for the shops in Zero Wing City since the city had over 5 million player residents. The city's merchant players would accept such a high rent. Even the players that purchased permanent shops in NPC cities still had to pay a 15% monthly property tax after all. Moreover, this property tax would change based on the shop's monthly evaluation. The tax wasn't fixed based on the initial purchase price. However, Silverwing Town wasn't Zero Wing City. Although it had already become an intermediate town, it could only accommodate a limited number of players at a time. Right now, its player population was nowhere near that of a major NPC city, not to mention Zero Wing City. Tell them that my price isn't that high considering Silverwing Town's current prosperity. If they refuse, we won't push the matter. However, I can't guarantee that the prices won't increase after another fortnight. Shifeng said nonchalantly. Silverwing Town was home to the treasure trove known as the Transportation Firm, which allowed players to purchase rare items. If players purchased these rare items before reselling them in other countries, they could make quite a profit. In addition, the shops themselves could be used as warehouses to store items. If his plans for the Sea of Trees hadn't required so many coins, he wouldn't have chosen to rent out Silverwing Town's shops yet. Guild leader, I've also received a report regarding the Orc capital city. It seems that Blackwater has removed the seal on the Orc capital city's armory. The various large guilds have already dispatched expert teams to explore the armory. Although we are attempting to do the same, Blackwater's surveillance around the regional dungeon is quite tight. If we approach, Blackwater's members will intercept us. We can't get anywhere near the city, Aqua Rose said worriedly. However, the Orc capital city's armory is guaranteed to contain a plethora of war weapons. If we let Blackwater claim them, it'll be detrimental for our guild's development in the Empire. They've opened the Orc capital city's armory? Shifeng frowned. Blackwater is certainly impressive. The Orc capital city was an Azura mode regional dungeon, which doubtlessly had bountiful resources. Needless to say, plenty of war weapons were stored within regional dungeons' armories. It was a perfect location to secure war weapons for the large guilds that lacked such things. However, since Blackwater controlled the Crimson Flame Fortress, it essentially controlled the path to the Orc capital city. Moreover, Blackwater would have a much easier time eliminating Zero Wings members once they entered the city, since the guild had the home ground advantage. If Blackwater truly acquired a large number of war weapons, it would become a detriment to Zero Wing. Zero Wing had solidified its position in the Orc Empire, because it had far more and stronger war weapons than other guilds. If it lost this advantage, Blackwater would have a much easier time capturing Silverwing Town. The various superpowers might even take advantage of the situation to strike at Zero Wing while it was down. Based on our reports, the various superpowers have begun to prepare for the armory's exploration. If we fall behind, Aqua Rose felt utterly helpless about the situation. While Zero Wing could sneak some of its experts into the Orc capital city, they could only send in so many before attracting Blackwater's attention. If they didn't send in enough, however, the participating superpowers could easily chase them away. We'll give up on the Orc capital city, Shifeng decided after considering the matter. Give up? But Shifeng's response surprised Aqua Rose. If they gave up on the Orc capital city, Zero Wing's situation would become quite awkward once the various superpowers had explored the armory and acquired a stock of war weapons. Am not done. Although we'll give up on the Orc capital city, we can still explore other locations. The Orc capital city isn't the only regional dungeon in God's domain, Shifeng said, chuckling. How many Tier 2 players do we currently have? Thanks to the Primordial Souls, our members have had an easier time with their Tier 2 promotions than other guilds members. We now have more than 400 Tier 2 players, and quite a few players are still attempting to complete their promotion quests. I don't think it will be long before we have 1,000 Tier 2 players, Aqua Rose said. A little excited. Zero Wing already had enough Tier 2 players to rival superpowers, and as time passed, the guild might even surpass the various major powers in God's domain. She had to admit that monopolizing a large fraction of Primordial City's resources gave Zero Wing a massive advantage. Zero Wing had far fewer experts than the various superpowers, but after acquiring the Primordial Souls, Zero Wing's members had a much easier time with their Tier 2 promotion quests. The guild also had an advantage in the equipment its members wore. We have so many already? Shifeng was a little surprised by this revelation. It was far more than he had expected. Currently, the various first-rate guilds were lucky if they even had 40 Tier 2 experts. Excellent. In that case, take Icarus's heart and organize a 300-man team to raid the Salic Mountains. Grind the giant rock beasts there. Kill as many as you can for their loot. It'll also be a good opportunity to level up. However, be careful as you explore the map. Although it isn't an Azura mode regional dungeon, it is still one of the rare Hell mode regional dungeons. The Salic Mountains occupied a level 60 to level 90 neutral map near the Storm Empire. Meanwhile, the regional dungeon was well known for its production of Fine Titan, or was far more valuable than Titan Oregon. Although it could be acquired from 100-man team dungeons, the drop rate was painfully low. Although the fine Titan ore's drop rate in the Salic Mountains was also relatively low, less than 3% for Great Lord ranked giant rock beasts, the regional dungeon was home to plenty of these monsters. However, grinding in the regional dungeon had a condition. Players had to reach Tier 2 first. Previously, Zero Wing had only nurtured several dozen Tier 2 players, not nearly enough to grind in the regional dungeon effectively. Hence, he had set the endeavor aside. However, now that the guild had so many Tier 2 players, he could use this opportunity to collect fine Titan ore, which was the main material needed to produce the Guardian puppet. Once he had the fine Titan ore, he would only have to wait until Melancholic Smile had nurtured the necessary master lifestyle players. Sherfang's ordered left Aqua rose a little confused. She didn't understand why he wanted to grind monsters so far from their territories, but since he had given the order, she had no choice but to accept Icarus's heart and do as he had told her. Meanwhile, all 20 of the shops Sherfang had offered had been filled after only a day. Of the 15 small shops and 5 large shops he had prepared, none were vacant. In the blink of an eye, Sherfang had earned 70,000 gold. This dumbfounded many merchant and independent players. They all wondered if the shop's tenants were crazy to spend so many coins on these shops. By the time the appointed date to set off for the Sea of Trees arrived, Sherfang had earned a total of 120,000 gold from Zero Wing's territories, and selling the materials he had acquired from the Ice Crystal World, following which, Sherfang took his money and 9 Tier 1 experts to the Dark Knight Empire's Dark Knight City. Chapter 1888. Undead Knight. Dark Knight Empire. Dark Knight City. When Sherfang and the 9 experts Aqua Rose had carefully selected left the teleportation hall, they were greeted by a crowded street. Many of the players among the crowd were independent experts. Many of these independent players were at level 55 or above and very weak equipped, with quite a few pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. As if they were on a pilgrimage, these independent players ventured towards Dark Knight City's business district. At a glance, there were easily more than 5,000 of these players. Why are so many experts here? Sherfang was surprised by the number of experts on the street. While it was true that a large number of experts tended to gather in Empire's capitals, he had never seen so many independent experts in an imperial capital before. Not even the 4 major empires' capitals were this popular. As Sherfang wondered about the reason for this gathering, he heard shouting from a short distance away. Players wishing to class change to a Tier 2 traveling bard, head to Starlink's residence to apply as soon as possible. The guild will only accept applications for another 30 minutes. Upon hearing the announcement, the independent experts began to charge down the street. Starlink is so stingy. Despite controlling the path to the Sea of Trees, it's only recruiting 200 non-guild players. I know, right? How could 200 slots be enough for so many people? I've heard that players had begun to line up outside of Starlink's residence 10 hours ago. There are already more than 100,000 players in line right now. The most infuriating part of it all is that instead of recruiting based on individual strength, Starlink is recruiting based on one's skill with magic arrays. I'm a berserker. I almost never have to deal with magic arrays. Even magical class players rarely learn that stuff. That subclass can't help improve one's combat power, and you have to waste a lot of time researching arrays. However, I've also heard that if you become a traveling bard, you instantly get access to the same treatment as Starlink's core members. If you don't want to compete in Starlink, you can do so over at Unyielding Soul. Shortly after Starlink began its recruitment, Unyielding Soul did the same for the traveling bard class change. However, it only has 100 slots available, though like Starlink, you'll receive core member treatment if you complete the class change. I really didn't expect a Tier 2 class change to require knowledge on controlling magic arrays. If I had known about it earlier, I would have studied magic arrays a while ago. The players on the streets chatted as they watched the swarm of players rush towards Starlink and Unyielding Soul's guild residences, discussing the 2 guilds' recruitment standards. They also expressed their regrets about not learning to control magic arrays earlier. Starlink is recruiting players with knowledge on magic arrays? Sherfang frowned a little when he overheard the nearby players' conversations. Does Unyielding Soul have a leak? Aside from himself and Aqua Rose, Only Unyielding Souls members knew about the method of increasing players' success rate during the Traveling Bard's class change quest at this stage of the game unless Starlink had discovered it as well. Its recruitment conditions wouldn't have been so specific. Magic arrays were usually only useful to lifestyle players. The benefits of manipulating magic arrays would be minuscule at best to combat players. Moreover, that was limited to magical classes. Knowledge regarding magic arrays was basically useless to physical classes while Shifeng and his group traveled toward the Purple Night Plaza, the agreed meeting place. Players crowded every inch of the plaza. Tens of thousands of players from Unyielding Soul, Starlink, and Crimson Emperor surrounded the area. And every one of these players wore full sets of level 50 secret silver equipment at minimum. Some of these guild players even carried level 50 dark gold weapons. The scene made the lingering independent players envious. Meanwhile, only these 3 guilds members were allowed to enter the Purple Night Plaza right now. Outsiders could only watch from a distance. As Shifeng and his group approached, Mu Lingsha, who had been waiting for them for quite some time, led them to an area Unyielding Souls members had cordoned off, instantly attracting many players' attention. Who are those people? Didn't they say that the 3 guilds have reserved the entire plaza? Based on their guild emblems, they don't seem to be from Unyielding Soul. I think I've seen that guild emblem before. Right. That's the guild emblem for the guild that has garrisoned in the Ore Empire's secret stone fortress. That's Zero Wing's emblem. But why are Zero Wing's members here? Didn't they say that the 3 main guilds weren't even giving the Sea of Trees slots to players from first-rate guilds? Zero Wing is pretty impressive. It actually gained Unyielding Soul's favor and earned some slots for itself. TCH. So what if Zero Wing got some slots? It's not like they're guaranteed to complete the class change. As Shifeng led his team into the Purple Night Plaza, his 9 guildmates grew nervous. This was the first time they had encountered such a large group of experts of the tens of thousands of players in the plaza. All would be rare experts in a kingdom. With so many in one place, they radiated an immense pressure. Experiencing such a phenomenon would likely be rare for first-rate guilds' upper echelons. Moreover, Unyielding Soul and Starlink's members stared each other down in the center of the plaza. A chilling atmosphere lingered between the 2 guilds. As for Crimson Emperor, their players seemed slightly more relaxed, but although the guild was acting like a spectator, it would take action if given the opportunity. Bright Dawn, I had truly never thought that you would betray the guild to join Starlink. Just what benefits did they offer you? Unyielding Heart hissed, rage flashing in his gaze as he glared at the indifferent man beside Lu Xinglua. The indifferent man carried a bone greatsword across his back. When Shifeng saw the indifferent man, he was stunned. This man was none other than Bright Dawn, Unyielding Soul's 3rd vice guild leader. Bright Dawn was also a Tier 2 Undead Knight. Given the title Undead Swordsman by the Secret Pavilion in terms of strength, Bright Dawn was on par with Unyielding Heart. He had been one of Unyielding Soul's 3 main pillars as far as Shifeng knew. Bright Dawn hadn't betrayed Unyielding Soul in the past, yet he had done so now. This wasn't the history he remembered. In response to Unyielding Heart's question, the indifferent man revealed a calm smile and responded, "You should be fully aware of Unyielding Soul's situation. Rather than fall with the ailing Unyielding Soul, isn't it better to join the rising Starlink? Moreover, the Starline Corporation has offered me far more than Unyielding Soul. Why don't you join me? With your fame and strength, the Starlink Corporation won't offer you any less than it has me. As for breaching your contract, the corporation will handle everything." Chapter 1889. Change in trajectory at Bright Dawn's invitation. Unyielding Soul's members gasped. They finally realized why a vice guild leader like Bright Dawn would dare to betray Unyielding Soul. Tight restrictions tied every upper echelon to their guild. If an upper echelon wished to withdraw from the guild and retain their game accounts, they only had 2 choices. The first required automatic expulsion from the guild, while the second option required the upper echelon to pay a high compensation fee for breaching their contract. For a vice guild leader that had spent more than a decade with Unyielding Soul, the required compensation wouldn't be trivial. It wouldn't have been odd if Bright Dawn had even gone bankrupt after paying the compensation fee yet. Not only had Starline Corporation foot the compensation fee, but it had even offered Bright Dawn a high salary, including Starlink's limitless potential due to the Starline Corporation's backing. It was only natural that the guild had lured over Bright Dawn. Of course, I'm sure that you have no interest in these factors. In that case, I'll tell you about something that will definitely catch your attention. A fantasy star. Unyielding Soul will never get its hands on something like it. Why don't you give the option some consideration? Bright Dawn smiled at Unyielding Heart, who had aged past his vibrant youth. Everyone's eyes glowed as they listened to Bright Dawn's offer. Fantasy stars were a special, or that humanity had discovered during the interstellar era, and they only had one purpose. When worn, these stars would recover and retain a human's youth for a long time. Although fantasy stars couldn't extend one's lifespan, if one consumed the Green God Company's products while wearing a fantasy star, they could extend their youthful glow for another decade or two even without physical training. In other words, a middle-aged individual, around 40 years old, that didn't maintain their physical fitness could look like an early 20-year-old with the fantasy star's help. The fantasy star was an absolute treasure to professional gamers who relied on their youth to make their living. Although one's physical body in the real world wouldn't affect the performance of their virtual body in God's domain, their mental performance would. People past their prime generally had slower reactions than younger individuals. Even if one trained diligently to maintain their physical form, their age would, more or less, affect their mind. Needless to say, improving one's mental fortitude past one's prime was a daunting challenge. However, the fantasy star couldn't just restore one's youth. It could also maintain mental function, allowing humans to operate at their peak. Hence, the fantasy stars were extremely valuable. Not even the wealthiest individuals could afford one. Moreover, fantasy stars were incredibly rare. To purchase one needed sufficient status as well as funds. Meanwhile, the Starline Corporation just so happened to be one of the few fantasy star suppliers in the world, which meant that Bright Dawn had likely told the truth. A fantasy star. No wonder why he betrayed his old guild. After hearing about the fantasy star, Shifeng understood why Bright Dawn had turned traitor. Bright Dawn currently looked to be in his 40s, and vice guild leaders from super first-rate guilds had no need for money. However, everyone craved youth. Once he acquired a fantasy star, Bright Dawn could recover to his peak. With his abundance of combat experience and combat techniques, he could improve himself further with his recovered youth. When Mu Lingsha heard what Bright Dawn had been offered, she glanced at Unyielding Heart nervously. Not only was Unyielding Heart one of Unyielding Soul's three main pillars, but he was also the guild's first vice-guild leader. If Starlink poached him, it would deal a devastating blow to Unyielding Soul. So, you betrayed your brothers in arms for a stupid fantasy star. I was blind to think of you as a friend. From now on, I will have nothing to do with you. Unyielding Heart growled. He then glared at Lu Xinglua, who had maintained his smile, and said, "Just you wait. Sooner or later, Unyielding Soul will chase you out of the Dark Knight Empire and regain its former glory." Unyielding Heart's words restored his dispirited guild members with fighting spirit. They all cheered their first vice-guild leader, while ridiculing Bright Dawn. Regain your former glory? Bright Dawn could not help but laugh at Unyielding Heart and the other members of Unyielding Soul. And how will Unyielding Soul do that, exactly? Will it rely on an old fellow like you, Heart? Or the ignorant Miss Mu? Or are you going to rely on Zero Wing, your pitiful partner? Open your eyes and take a good look. Unyielding Soul is finished. The only thing holding it together is a group of useless, old bastards. We've already gathered over 50 experts who are capable of manipulating intermediate magic arrays. Unyielding Soul should give up the hope of nurturing a single traveling bard. No, to be precise, you won't even get into the sea of trees. After saying so, Bright Dawn raised his hand. In response, some of Starlink's members in the Purple Night Plaza began to make their move. Each holding a silver crystal ballast, these Starlink members completed an incantation. Silver magic arrays began to manifest before them, releasing a bright light. A massive barrier then enveloped both Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's members in the plaza. Have fun inside this barrier. It isolates everything within in a different dimension. Although this barrier requires 288 level 50+ players to sacrifice 5 of their levels permanently, The barrier will hold every one of you for 8 hours. With that said, we'll be taking our leave now, Bright Dawn said, laughing at Unyielding Heart. He then took a key from his bag and opened a teleportation gate to the Sea of Trees. Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's members could only watch as Starlink's members entered the teleportation gate and disappeared from the plaza. No matter how much they attacked the magic barrier, they couldn't damage it in the slightest. To make matters worse, the surrounding NPC soldiers were ignoring the magic barrier. Damn it. To think they had planned such a trap. Unyielding Heart cursed as he attacked the illusory magic barrier with his greatsword. However, it felt as if he attacked nothing but air. The barrier didn't react as his greatsword sliced through it. Currently, the magic array in the center of Dark Knight City's Purple Knight Plaza was the only path to the Sea of Trees. Unfortunately, since they were now trapped in this magic barrier, they could open a teleportation gate even if they had the keys to enter the Sea of Trees. If they were truly stuck in this barrier for 8 hours, Unyielding Soul would fall behind Starlink. Starlink's players would likely complete at least 1/3 of their class change quests by the time they were freed. How were they supposed to catch up in that case? Meanwhile, Mulingsha glared at the barrier before her, clearly livid. Unyielding Soul had gone to great lengths to obtain the first clear of a level 50 large-scale team dungeon in the Dark Knight Empire, allowing the guild to catch a breather. However, if Starlink monopolized all 20 of the initial traveling bard slots, Unyielding Soul would suffer unimaginable consequences. After attacking for more than 2 minutes, Unyielding Soul's members gave up. They had no other choice but to wait until the barrier faded. Shifeng, however, approached the barrier, step by step, his nonchalant expression seeming as if he were admiring the Purple Knight Plaza's view. At the same time, he pulled a magic scroll from his bag. What is he trying to do? Does he plan to test the barrier as well? It's pointless. Both our guild's experts, and those from Crimson Emperor, have tried everything we can think of. What could one person from Zero Wing possibly do? The plaza's occupants watched Shifeng approach the barrier in confusion, including Unyielding Soul and Mulingsha. They had already expended a precious Tier 4 magic scroll to attack the barrier, but they had accomplished nothing. Even if Shifeng did the same, nothing would change. When Shifeng arrived before the barrier, he activated the Summon Guard scroll in his hands immediately. A golden-haired beauty in sacred robes appeared beside Shifeng. Destroy this magic array. Chapter 1890, Breaking the Barrier in One Hit. When the watching crowd saw the level 85 personal guard, Anna, they were dumbfounded. Destroy it. Unyielding Heart and the other Unyielding Soul members felt their anticipation melt away when they saw that Shifeng had merely summoned his personal guard. Meanwhile, Crimson Emperor's upper echelons couldn't help but laugh at the swordsman. Is that kid stupid? What is a Tier 2 NPC going to do in this situation? A woman in white robes among Crimson Emperor's members said as she shook her head. She had a tall, slender figure and radiated a mature charm. While Anna was no doubt the highest-leveled personal guard she had ever seen, Anna was still only Tier 2. She wasn't much different than the players trapped in the plaza. Magic arrays couldn't be destroyed simply by someone with a high level. Otherwise, a level 200, Tier 1 NPC should be just as capable of destroying a town's defensive magic array as a level 80, Tier 4 NPC. Unfortunately, that was not the case. In reality, a level 200, Tier 1 NPC would struggle to damage a defensive magic array, whereas a level 80, Tier 4 NPC would have no trouble doing so. This was the power of tiers. Not only did higher tiers provide quantitative transformations, but they also qualitatively improved one's power. This was the case for magic arrays as well. The higher ranked a magic array was, the purer its mana would be. Depending on the purity of the mana powering the magic array, the barrier could be as weak as paper or as tough as iron. Hence, Anna was only superior to Tier 2 players on a quantitative level. There was no difference in the quality of their strength. Since none of the players in the barrier had managed to deal any damage to it, Anna wouldn't be able to either. Vice Guild Leader, Starlink's trap is simply vicious. We have no choice but to sacrifice one of our players. We can have them pass the key to the guild leader to prepare another team. A level 57, Tier 2 Guardian Knight quietly suggested to the white-clad woman. The white-clad woman was none other than Illusory Words, Crimson Emperor's second vice guild leader. Illusory words had also been recognized as one of the 10 great clerics by the secret pavilion. All right, get it done. Illusory words nodded. There was a method to escape the magic barrier before its duration ended, although players wouldn't use this method unless absolutely necessary. That method was death. When players died, they'd automatically resurrect in the nearest graveyards half an hour after their death. While doing so would allow players to escape the barrier, it would cost a level. However, the current situation did not allow for such concerns. It was better to have one player die and get the key to their guild leader within 30 minutes than waste 8 hours in the plaza. Their guild leader could organize another team to enter the Sea of Trees while the player waited for resurrection. If they got lucky, they might claim 2 or 3 traveling bard spots. At the very least, it'd be better than nothing. At Allah's Crimson Emperor's members prepared to enact their plan, Anna finished chanting her incantation and writing the series of divine runes. Immediately, a golden magic array formed above the plaza, and a level 85 Valkyrie with pure white wings descended before the trapped players. The Tier 4 Valkyrie's aura was so intense that it felt stifling to the players in the plaza. A Tier 4 Valkyrie? When Illusory Words saw the white-winged Valkyrie hovering in the air, she could not help but turn to Shifeng's cloaked figure. Could he be Black Flame? A lot happened in God's domain each day, and a new power or rising expert practically emerged with each sunrise. Not even she, one of Crimson Emperor's vice-guild leaders, could remember each of these powers and experts, but she had a clear impression of the Tier 4 Valkyrie. After all, the Tier 4 Valkyrie was a considerable threat to any superpower. With a slight flap of her wings, a storm brewed, and the Valkyrie vanished. By the time she reappeared, she hovered before the illusory barrier. The Valkyrie then thrust her sacred thunder spear at the semi-translucent wall. Boom! With a deafening explosion, countless arcs of lightning crashed into the magic barrier. The barrier began to tremble. Despite the assault of so many players earlier, the barrier hadn't reacted in the slightest. Yet just one of the Valkyrie's attacks was enough to shake it. What power? Illusory Words watched with slight surprise. The barrier hadn't even reacted when Unyielding Heart had attacked with a Tier 4 magic scroll, but now, the Valkyrie's attack had deformed the barrier. One could easily imagine how powerful the Valkyrie's attack was. However, as the lightning began to fade, the magic barrier stilled. A second later, the barrier recovered to its original state, as if it hadn't been attacked at all. Even that wasn't enough? Unyielding Heart's expression soured as the magic barrier recovered. While it was true that the Valkyrie's attack had been effective, it was clear that the strike had only depleted a small portion of the magic barrier's energy reserves. It would take a considerable amount of time for the Valkyrie to destroy the barrier. Unfortunately, he was somewhat familiar with Shifeng's Valkyrie. He knew that it could only remain for a short time. Most likely, the Valkyrie would not be able to deplete the magic barrier's energy reserves before her duration ran out. This left them with only the option of escaping by death. Although he knew it would be meaningless, players that could manipulate intermediate magic arrays would have a 20% higher chance of completing their class change. Even if Unyielding Soul formed another team, locating Tier 1 intermediate magician experts would be impossible. Intermediate magician experts were extremely rare, and he had already gathered everyone his guild had here. Even if the guild organized another team to enter the Sea of Trees, if Unyielding Soul's members were 30 minutes late and had a lower success rate, how could they compete with Starlink? Of course, they could sacrifice the intermediate magician experts with him. It would give them a better chance of competing, but that plan left another issue. Would players resurrect inside the magic barrier after they died? If players resurrected inside the barrier instead of the nearest graveyard after the 30-minute wait had passed, they'd sacrifice a level for nothing. Is there no choice but to risk it? Unyielding Heart gritted his teeth as he considered the option. As Unyielding Heart contemplated, the Valkyrie readied to throw her sacred thunder spear at the magic barrier. However, the surrounding crowd had already given up hope. Since the previous attack had failed, this one shouldn't fare any better. However, Shifeng, who had remained still earlier, suddenly activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his aura's intensity instantly skyrocketing. He then slashed at the barrier with Killing Ray Lightning Slash. The Valkyrie threw her sacred thunder spear at the same moment. 2 streaks of light, one blue and one gold, collided at a single point on the magic barrier as one boom. With another explosion, the two streaks of light shot through the barrier. Following which, the crowd heard the sound of cracking glass cracks, then began to web themselves across the illusory barrier pone. A moment later, the blue sky returned above the players' heads. How is this possible? The barrier shattered. What did he do? Both Unyielding Soul's unyielding heart and Crimson Emperor's illusory words gave Shifeng incredulous looks. Chapter 1891. Another method. Dark Night City, Purple Night Plaza. As the barrier disappeared, silence filled the entire plaza, and every player that had been trapped behind the barrier turned to stare at Shifeng. So strong. Didn't the barrier just shake a little after the Valkyrie's attack? How did he straight up destroy the barrier? Whether it was the spectating players outside of the plaza, or the two super first-rate guild's members within, all looked at Shifeng with incredulous expressions. The expert players Starlink had stationed to observe the situation from outside of the plaza stared at the scene with bulging eyes. They had only formed the illusory spatial barrier after sacrificing 288 players to the magic array, yet Shifeng had shattered it without much effort. The illusory spatial barrier had been formed with a set of special magic tools the guild had found in ancient ruins. Starlink had exhausted a lot of time and resources to explore the various ruins, and by the time the guild had completed the required set to form the magic array, the guild had suffered over 5,000 casualties, all of which had been elite or expert players. Once the illusory spatial barrier had been activated, not even a Tier 4 monster should be able to escape. The Tier 4 monster would have no choice but to wait through the barrier's 8-hour duration. Moreover, even if players died inside the barrier, they would resurrect within it instead of in the nearest graveyard. Yet Shifeng had shattered the barrier in one hit. While everyone was still shocked, Shifeng sheathed Killing Ray and turned to Unyielding Heart and his companions. The magic array has been dealt with. Let's hurry to the Sea of Trees, Shifeng said as he gestured to the magic array in the heart of the Purple Night Plaza. Calmly he continued, "It hasn't been long since Starlink's members left. We should be able to catch up if we hurry." Hearing Shifeng's reminder, Unyielding Heart and Mu Lingsha quickly snapped out of their daze and gave the swordsman grateful looks. If Shifeng hadn't shattered the magic barrier, they wouldn't have been able to compete with Starlink. Immediately, Unyielding Heart took a key from his bag and activated the teleportation gate to the Sea of Trees. Mu Lingsha then directed their experts to enter the teleportation gate. Meanwhile, illusory words couldn't pull her gaze from Shifeng, astonishment filling her eyes. Strength combination? When illusory words recalled the attack Shifeng had executed with the Valkyrie, a playful smile graced her lips. "It seems that Black Flame is far more capable than I thought. It's no wonder why the secret pavilion has such a high evaluation of him." The Valkyrie's strength hadn't been quite high enough to shatter the illusory spatial barrier alone. Shifeng had actually combined his strength with the Valkyrie's to compensate. Executing the strength combination technique with another individual was many times more difficult than using it alone. One's grasp of timing and positioning had to be extremely accurate. It wasn't a casual feat to accomplish yet. Shifeng had smoothly executed the technique, which even domain realm experts found challenging. Although Shifeng hadn't combined his full strength with the Valkyries, it had been enough to exceed the magic barrier's limit. Thus, the magic barrier had shattered. Vice Guild Leader, the magic barrier is gone. Let's hurry as well, a tall, muscular berserker said. All right. Activate the teleportation gate. Illusory words nodded. She then directed her selected players into the teleportation gate, following which, white light enveloped Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's members, one after another, as the players teleported to the Sea of Trees. While Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's members left for the Sea of Trees, the observing Starlink members hurriedly reported to Lu Xinglua and Bright Dawn. "What did you say?" Unyielding Soul broke through the illusory spatial barrier. When Bright Dawn heard his subordinate's report, his mind instinctively wanted to reject the notion. That's impossible. Not even Tier 4 monsters can break out of the barrier. I know full well what Unyielding Soul is capable of. They definitely don't have the power to destroy the illusory spatial barrier. As Unyielding Soul's ex-vice guild leader, he was fully aware of the guild's current prowess. He even knew the guild's trump cards. At best, the guild could expend 5 tier 4 offensive magic scrolls, which wouldn't be enough to destroy the illusory spatial barrier the illusory spatial barrier really shattered. But Unyielding Souls members didn't do it. The reporting assassin said not Unyielding Souls members? Was it Crimson Emperor? Bright Dawn's expression darkened. It seems that I've underestimated illusory words, to think that she had such card hidden. While the illusory spatial barrier could be broken, doing so required immense power. One would need enough power to destroy a town's defensive magic array in one hit, and players had no chances of encountering such power at this stage of the game. However, God's domain had countless opportunities to offer. With how widespread a superpower's influence was, it wasn't impossible to acquire a tool with enough destructive power. No, it wasn't Crimson Emperor's members either. Based on our information, one of Zero Wing's members destroyed the barrier, the assassin said as he sent an image of Shifeng to Bright Dawn. Zero Wing? Bright Dawn blinked in surprise as he looked at Shifeng's cloaked figure and the sacred sword in the swordsman's hand. When Lu Xinglua heard the report, he was surprised as well. He had never thought that Zero Wing actually had a means to destroy the illusory spatial barrier. It seems that Zero Wing isn't all talk after all. It's no wonder why Unyielding Soul agreed to share some of its profits with the guild, Lu Xinglua said, chuckling. Unfortunately, even if they get into the Sea of Trees, it's too late. Starlink will claim the first 20 slots. Not long ago, they had learned that not only could a limited number of players' class change to the Traveling Bard class, but the quest only accepted a limited number of applicants as well. Only 300 slots would be available once every 2 hours. Each application also cost 60 gold. Although the price was high, it wasn't much to Starlink in the end. They had spent 18,000 gold to purchase all 300 slots, sending 50+ intermediate magician experts to attempt the quest. The guild then gave the remaining 240 or so slots to equipped Tier 1 experts as Lu Xinglua and his companions, who didn't plan on challenging the class change quest, were about to leave to explore the Sea of Trees city. Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's members finally made their appearance, arriving in the temple that served as the venue for the Traveling Bard class change quest. Damn it. Why does the quest have this restriction too? Unyielding Hearts gave the female elf clerk a grim expression after receiving her reply. They had just broken through the barrier with great difficulty. Yet they had been told that there were no applicant slots remaining. They'd have to wait another 2 hours before they could attempt the quest. Unyielding Heart felt as if the system were playing some cruel joke. Illusory words wore a similarly ugly expression. She hadn't expected the restriction. Either. Sure enough, there are no more slots available. Shifeng could not help but sigh as he looked toward Lu Xinglua and his group, who stood a short distance away. Well, I didn't plan for them to take the normal class change quest, anyway. Following which, Shifeng switched his title to Demon Hunter and approached the exchange counter beside the registration counter. There was more than one way to obtain the Traveling Bard class. The first was the normal method, but the second required purchasing a trial emblem and taking part in the original class change trial the Primordial Elf Kings had left behind. However, the trial emblem wasn't easy to purchase. One needed to be a noble of the Sea of Trees to gain access. Other players would have to complete a long string of quests to become a noble in this city, but Shifeng, who had the Demon Hunter title, didn't. Players with the Demon Hunter title were considered world nobles, so Shifeng would be viewed as a noble in an NPC city like the Sea of Trees. Lord Demon Hunter, how may I be of service? The NPC elf asked, smiling brightly. Here, we can provide a trial emblem that will allow you to take part in the trial the Primordial Elf Kings had left behind for us. If you pass this trial, you'll become a valiant traveling bard. MHM. I wish to purchase 9 trial emblems, Shifeng answered. Chapter 1892, Complete Legacy Trial Emblem. How did he just trade with that NPC? Didn't she refuse to trade with us a moment ago? When Lu Xinglua and the others heard the female elf's words, they were stunned. When they had visited the Elven Temple, they had spoken with its NPCs. After asking around, they had verified that only 300 players could attempt the class change quest every 2 hours. They had tried to speak with the female elf at the exchange counter as well, but she had ignored their questions, stating that she'd only deal with people of noble status or higher. yet she treated Shifeng with such respect. Moreover, she had taken the initiative to introduce Shifeng to the products she offered. There's still such a method? Unyielding Heart and his companions watched Shifeng purchase trial emblems with glowing eyes. They had never expected Shifeng to have such access to the class change quest. So, this is Zero Wing Sword King? Shifeng's display greatly surprised illusory words. The only guilds with a Sea of Trees teleportation key were Starlink, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor. Hence, one could say that their guilds were the most familiar with the Sea of Trees. However, based on Shifeng's performance thus far, it was obvious that he knew even more about the Sea of Trees than they did. In fact, he even possessed a special status in the Sea of Trees. As the crowd watched, Shifeng spent 450 gold to purchase 9 trial emblems. He then handed the emblems to the 9 Zero Wing members he had brought with him. Purchasing a trial emblem was the same as applying for the class change quest. Only this method was 10 gold cheaper. Using the trial emblems when attempting the quest also granted 2 difficulty modes to choose from: normal mode and hard mode. Normal mode was no different than the class change quest without the emblem, but if players chose hard mode, they'd be sent to a different trial. However, if players chose to challenge hard mode, they would be sent to a different trial. Furthermore, unlike the normal mode quest, which only 20 players could complete each week, hard mode didn't have such a limit. As long as one had access to the trial emblems and could afford them, they could enable as many players to become traveling bards as they wanted. The hard mode quest had been Shifeng's goal since the very beginning. Players could only acquire the complete traveling bard legacy the primordial elf kings had left behind, becoming true traveling bards, by completing the hard mode class change quest. If players only completed the normal mode quest, they would only acquire a portion of the legacy, becoming a pseudo tier 2 player. However, the hard mode quest was incredibly difficult to clear, even more challenging than normal tier 2 promotion quests. The hard mode quest was the equivalent of the tier 2 hell mode promotion quest. Unless one's combat and equipment standards had reached a certain level, challenging the class change quest would only lead to failure. If a player failed the quest, they'd have to wait a while before they could challenge it again. Hence, every player Aqua Rose had selected for this class change was an expert capable of reaching the trial tower's 7th floor. In addition, all 9 were intermediate magicians, and among these 9 players, 5 had been well-known tier 4 experts in the past. However, since they had merely been independent players, their access to resources had been limited. Even though they had been members of well-known adventurer teams, they had lacked the resources to reach tier 5. The remaining 4 had been experts in first-rate guilds. Even the weakest among them had reached tier 4 in the past, and the strongest, Happy Wind, had been a tier 5 traveling bard. Naturally, things had changed in this life, and all 9 of these players had joined Zero Wing. With these 9 players' combat standards, their chances of completing the hard mode quest should have been quite low, but Aqua Rose had given each of them a primordial soul before they had come to the Sea of Trees. With the increased physique the primordial soul granted, these 9 should have a much higher chance of completing the hard mode quest. As Shifeng distributed the trial emblems to his players, Unyielding Soul's group approached him. Guild leader Black Flame, can I trouble you to help us purchase some trial emblems as well? I will buy them at a 50% markup. Of course, if that is not enough, I can increase the price, Unyielding Heart offered, feeling slightly embarrassed. Originally, Zero Wing had tried to purchase class change slots from Unyielding Soul, which in turn had increased the competition Unyielding Soul faced. Now, however, Unyielding Soul approached Zero Wing for the same, increasing Zero Wing's competition. This put Unyielding Heart in a bind. Long Soul and Hunting Blade, who stood beside Unyielding Heart, felt ashamed as they considered their earlier attitude towards Zero Wing. They had assumed that Zero Wing had taken advantage of their guild, but now, it seemed that Zero Wing would become Unyielding Soul's benefactor. It was only thanks to Zero Wing that their guild had overcome the incident in the Purple Night Plaza. Now they had to rely on Zero Wing once more to gain access to the class change quest. If not for Zero Wing, they would have had no hope of competing with Starlink. Sure enough, you really are guild leader Black Flame. Hello, I am Illusory Words of Crimson Emperor. On behalf of Crimson Emperor, I wish to seek your help in purchasing trial emblems. I am willing to offer double the original price. May I know if you are willing to lend me your aid? Illusory Words asked gently as she approached Sherfong. Everyone was stunned as they watched the vice guild leaders of two super first-rate guilds approach Sherfong for help. If the public found out about this, they'd be shocked. Our guild leader is so amazing. Even superpowers are asking him for help. That's only natural. That's Zero Wing's guild leader we're talking about. Quick, look at the stupid faces Starlink's members are making. The 9 Zero Wing members that had obtained the trial emblem chatted about their guild leader, reverence flashing in their eyes as they looked at Sherfong before they had joined Zero Wing. Even first-rate guilds had been colossal existences in their eyes, let alone super first-rate guilds. Super first-rate guilds were the virtual gaming world's overlords. Yet two such guilds wanted their guild's help. This was simply unbelievable. That won't be a problem. Let's forget about the price markup. Instead, I hope that your two guilds can help with a problem of mine, Sherfong said, chuckling as he looked at Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words' help. Both vice guild leaders gave Sherfong confused looks. They had brought with them a lot of players to attempt the class change quest. In total, both had a little over 1,000 players. Even with a 50% price markup, Sherfong could earn over 25,000 gold instantly, a huge sum for a first-rate guild. If Sherfong charged a slightly higher price, he would even have enough money to build a town. Yet Sherfong only wanted their assistance. That's right, I need your two guilds to help me with something. In return, I'll help you buy as many trial emblems as you want. Sherfong nodded. There was no limit on the number of trial emblems one could purchase. It was a privilege for the Sea of Trees nobles, allowing them to skip the queue and granting a small discount when applying for the class change quest. There was nothing special about it. Moreover, even with the trial emblems, neither of these guilds would become a competitor for Zero Wing. After all, the hard mode quest was Zero Wing's target. It didn't have to worry about any competition. May I know what kind of help guild leader Black Flame requires? Illusory Words asked. Although the traveling bard class was valuable, if Sherfeng's request threatened her guild's foundations, she had to refuse. Right. You can't consider your decision properly if I don't tell you the details. To put it simply, I'd like to borrow 200 Tier 2 experts from each of your guilds. What are your thoughts on this? Sherfong explained. Chapter 1893. Age-old secret. Borrow Tier 2 experts. Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words stared at Sherfong in confusion, unable to fathom why Sherfong would need so many experts at this stage of the game. Tier 2 experts were still quite rare in God's domain. Even a first-rate guild would only have around 30 to 50 Tier 2 players. Yet Sherfong wanted their guilds to lend him 200 Tier 2 experts each. This was close to half of the Tier 2 experts in their guilds. Such a large number of Tier 2 experts would be far too many to raid a team dungeon. The largest team dungeon at this stage of the game could only accommodate 200 players, yet Sherfong wanted 400. Furthermore, Zero Wing had its own Tier 2 experts. That's right, I want to raid a field boss, but I currently lack manpower, Sherfong said, nodding. Of course, Zero Wing will compensate for any deaths incurred during the expedition. May I know your opinions on this? He might earn 30,000 gold or so if he resold the trial emblems to the two guilds at a markup, but 30,000 gold was not enough to change Zero Wing's situation. Besides, Zero Wing's financial need wasn't limited to the money required for Silverwing Town's upgrade. The guild also had to pay back the loan for the airport. In total, Zero Wing needed 500,000 gold. It was a significant sum, even for a superpower. Most importantly, Zero Wing wasn't as off as everyone thought. While it was true that Zero Wing's members were improving their equipment and leveling rapidly thanks to the guild's expansion into the Ore Empire's southeastern area, there was a saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Now that Zero Wing had secured a large fraction of the Ore Empire's benefits, the various superpowers watched the guild closely. The only reason they had not taken any actions was Zero Wing's war weapons and teleportation abilities. However, now that Blackwater had opened the Ore capital city's armory, it was only a matter of time before the various superpowers obtained a large number of war weapons or designs for them. If Zero Wing did not take any preventive measures now, the guild would suffer later on. Meanwhile, Sherfong had been nursing a headache over the last few days while trying to figure out a solution to this problem. Fortunately, An opportunity had just presented itself. He had planned to wait until Zerowing had 1,000 Tier 2 experts before initiating the next step of his plan, but it seemed that he wouldn't have to wait that long. If he had the help of these two super first-rate guilds Tier 2 experts, he could definitely defeat the Void Serpent, a level 60 world boss. Although world bosses seemed like ordinary field bosses, they possessed a unique domain that prevented players from using external tools. Players had to rely on their own strength to face these world bosses. Hence, raiding world bosses was far more difficult than field bosses of the same rank and level. However, due to the extremely high raid difficulty, every world boss dropped impressive loot. World bosses also dropped some unique materials. Because of this, God's domain's countless powers had constantly challenged world bosses in his previous life. Guilds had still raided level 70 or 80 world bosses after players had reached level 200. Shifang's interest in slaying the Void Serpent wasn't only because of its loot. The Void Serpent also held a secret that Shifang wanted. Only with the Void Serpent's blood could players activate the greatest secret the Witch's Hill had hidden for several centuries, the Otherworld Gate. The Void Serpent was in a secret, underground temple in the Witch's Hill, and since the map was so large, locating the underground temple was quite difficult. The fact that the Witch's Hill was so far from civilization only made the temple even more difficult to find. As a result, the Void Serpent had remained hidden even after mainstream players had reached level 100 in Shifang's past. Players had only learned of the Void Serpent after a party exploring the Witch's Hill had discovered the world boss. After news of the creature had gone public, guild teams had rushed to the underground temple to kill the Void Serpent. They then discovered the Witch's Hill's secret. Although the Otherworld Gate had been activated relatively late in the past, the various powers had still treated it like a priceless treasure. Within the Otherworld Gate, players had discovered an abundance of rare, precious materials, all of which were difficult to acquire in Starmoon Kingdom. Among the most notable materials was Void Silver. Void Silver was no less valuable than Mana Stone. Not only could it strengthen weapons and equipment, but it could also increase production success rates for forgers, engineers, enchanters, and alchemists by a large margin. The Otherworld Gate was also a good place to acquire level 50+ top-tier weapons and equipment for independent players. Hence, the Witch's Hill had instantly become Starmoon Kingdom's focus. If Shifang could activate the Otherworld Gate now, Zerowing City, which occupied the Witch's Hill, would become the most popular city in Starmoon Kingdom. Not only could Zerowing rake in a fortune, but it could also acquire tons of rare materials, allowing the guild to grow rapidly. He had wanted to raid the Void Serpent for a while, but unfortunately, Zerowing lacked the strength to do so. A world boss was not an easy raid, and he didn't have a quest to take advantage of, drastically weakening the Void Serpent as he had with the Flame Demon King. If he wanted to raid the Void Serpent, he'd need at least 1,000 Tier 2 players. Meanwhile, after pondering on Shifang's suggestion for a short moment, both Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words nodded. All right, I'll agree to your proposal on Unyielding Soul's behalf, Unyielding Heart said. Although he did not know what Shifang wanted with so many Tier 2 players, saving over 10,000 gold by lending the swordsman 200 experts to raid a boss was a worthwhile transaction. May I know when guild leader Black Flame needs our players? Illusory Words asked. Naturally, the sooner the better. Shifang said. My side will need some time to gather the necessary manpower. After all, many of our Tier 2 experts are either questing or raiding dungeons right now. I'll need a little over a day to gather 200 Tier 2 experts, so can we gather in 2 days? Illusory Words proposed a time after giving the matter some thought. That won't be a problem. I need to see to certain preparations as well, Shifang replied, nodding. In truth, even if Illusory Words hadn't suggested it, he'd still need 1 or 2 days to prepare. Since both of you have agreed to the arrangement, let's establish a contract. Following which, Shifang signed a contract with Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words. In exchange for helping the two guilds purchase 1,000 trial emblems in total, each of the guilds would send 200 Tier 2 experts to help Shifang hunt a boss. Once the contract had been signed, the two guilds handed Shifang the coins to purchase the trial emblems. When Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words had the emblems in hand, they turned to distribute them to their respective guild members. These players then activated their trial emblems and teleported to the legacy grounds. While the exchange between Shifang and the 2 super first-rate guilds seemed cumbersome. They had completed the entire process in less than 5 minutes. It wasn't enough time to provide Starlink any noticeable advantage. Moreover, to the 2 super first-rate guilds' surprise, they had the option of choosing the quest's difficulty, and hard mode didn't have a slot limit. However, the 2 guilds sent the majority of their experts into normal mode to increase their chances of success. They only sent a small number of experts to test the hard mode quest. Suddenly, 1,000 players vanished from the lively hall, stunning Lu Xinglua and the other nearby Starlink members. How is this possible? They ignored the application limit? Lu Xinglua's expression darkened as he watched Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's members disappear. He then turned to Shifeng, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Black Flame. You dare to ruin my plans once again. Do you really think that I won't strike at Zero Wing just because you managed to partner with Unyielding Soul? 1,000 players. If these players participated in the Clash Change quest, it would severely affect Starlink's performance. However, Shifeng paid no attention to the killing intent Lu Xinglua directed at him. He simply glanced at the man before leaving the temple and heading for the city hall. They were in the Sea of Trees. If Lu Xinglua and his companions wanted to attack him here, they'd suffer the consequences, not him. Chapter 1894. City of Foreign Races. The Sea of Trees was located in a secret land the primordial elf kings had created. A forest enveloped the city, and unlike Dark Knight City, which was populated by tall buildings, this city was crowded with towering trees. Every tree pierced the clouds like a skyscraper. Houses had been built within the gigantic trees, and thick vines connected one tree to the next. Currently, Shifeng rode his mount down the spacious roads made of vines. When he looked down, he gazed at a sea of clouds below him. Since the Sea of Trees hadn't been fully unlocked, most of the people wandering on the streets were NPCs. Aside from the 3 Superpowers members, who had begun to explore the city, Shifeng didn't spot a single player sheltered by the 6 great primordial elf kings. The Sea of Trees had a long history. Most of the NPCs living here were elves, although some were NPC merchants from other races. Human NPCs only made up a small majority of the city's residents. Meanwhile, the weakest soldiers patrolling the city were level 180, Tier 1 NPCs. There were well-equipped Tier 2 soldiers as well. Each patrol squad was led by a level 200, Tier 3 knight. However, these soldiers' levels and tiers weren't their most eye-catching aspects. All of these soldiers wore ancient equipment engraved with advanced battle arrays. When the advanced battle array activated, the Tier 2 soldiers could even take down Tier 4 players. The patrol captain's equipment sported master battle arrays. With these patrol captains protecting the city, not even Tier 5 players would last long if they tried to cause trouble. According to the legends, the primordial elf kings had also left behind immortal guardians to protect their Sea of Trees. Although these immortal guardians were not Tier 6 existences, they had the combat power to face gods. If a Tier 6 player entered the city, the secret land would forcibly suppress them to Tier 5. Hence, on the continent of God's domain, the Sea of Trees' security was even superior to Blackwing cities. During Shifeng's previous life, Tier 5 and Tier 6 players had frequently caused trouble in NPC cities, but none had dared to do so in the Sea of Trees. This was also the reason that the Sea of Trees had become the most well-known NPC city in God's domain, attracting tons of normal and neutral players. These players didn't have to worry about their safety while inside the city. After roughly 20 minutes, Shifeng arrived before the largest, oldest tree in the city. This primordial tree was both the Sea of Trees City Hall and the city's heart. There are so many foreign race merchants here already. As Shifeng approached the city's central district, he noticed many NPC merchants hawking their wares alongside the road. These merchants all sold rare goods such as magic scrolls, potions, materials, tomes, engineering tools, weapons, equipment, etc. The sight was dazzling. The 3 Superpowers members, who had arrived before him, browsed the goods with sparkling eyes. They could easily make a fortune by reselling these items, especially the magic scrolls, weapons, equipment, and rare materials. Some merchants even offered Tier 2 magic scrolls and level 50 dark gold equipment. Only the items' prices were far higher than market value. However, the Superpowers members weren't fools. Rather than purchasing any of these items, They first investigated every NPC merchant's goods. They then proceeded to survey the central district, empty lands, and establishments, compiling the information to allow their companions in the city hall to make the best decision when purchasing the city's lands for their guilds. When Shifeng stepped into the city hall, the merchant players that represented the superpowers had already busied themselves with researching the lands and shops, carefully selecting which to purchase. Naturally, the three superpowers had sent these merchant players since they were more adept with business negotiations than the guild's upper echelons. Moreover, the merchant subclass allowed them to bargain for discounts and learn more from NPCs, but despite their expertise, these merchant players had headaches as they selected lands for their guilds. The Sea of Trees lands were just so expensive. Even the ordinary lands in the city's outer area cost between 7,000 gold and 15,000 gold, whereas lands in the city's inner area cost between 12,000 gold and 30,000 gold. The cheapest plot of land in the central district cost 50,000 gold, while the more expensive options cost over 100,000. Even superpowers at this stage of the game couldn't afford to purchase the Sea of Trees lands casually, but that wasn't the most important issue. To purchase the central district's lands, one needed sufficient status and reputation. For the moment, they could only purchase the lands in the city's outer and inner areas, but since there were so many to choose from, they couldn't make a proper decision without further understanding of the city's layout. Lord Demon Hunter, how may I be of service today? A male elf in a suit and tie asked gracefully as he approached Shifeng. I wish to see some of the city's hotels and restaurants for rent. Shifeng said, all right, please follow me. The male elf bowed before leading Shifeng to a VIP reception room. As the elf led Shifeng to a reception room, the three superpowers representatives watched him leave the main lobby with astonished expressions. What's going on? How did he get an invite to a VIP room? We've already bought 2 plots of land and earned quite a few contribution points. Yet we haven't earned such treatment? Clearly he's an idiot. He's actually trying to rent hotels and restaurants instead of purchasing lands. What benefit could he earn by doing so? They won't be profitable in the least. Many of the merchant players watched enviously as Shifeng was led to a VIP reception room. But the man's statement had also confused them. When players gained access to a VIP reception room, they also gained access to better benefits. Aside from refreshments and privacy, players would also be offered lands, which weren't usually available to the public, for purchase. Moreover, every one of those lands would be worth their price or more. In contrast, the lands offered in the lobby varied. Not every plot would be worth its selling price, and whether players made a profit or not would rely on them. Meanwhile, in the VIP reception room, the elf administrator quickly prepared a list for Shifeng. Lord Demon Hunter, here are the hotels and restaurants that are available for rent. However, these hotels and restaurants are located in the city's outer and inner areas. You will need 10,000 contribution points to rent those in the central district, the elf administrator explained. I understand. Shifeng nodded. He then lifted the stack of paper to inspect. Naturally, setting up a trading firm in a trade city like the Sea of Trees would generate a lot of profit. Aside from selling products, the shops could also serve as a warehouse for all kinds of precious materials and items that flowed into the city. However, unlike ordinary NPC cities, the Sea of Trees was slightly unique since it occupied a secret land. The Sea of Trees was similar to the holy city of Titan in that players could not remain in the city long term. Once the sun set, players that hadn't rented a hotel room or purchased a private house would be automatically teleported out of the Sea of Trees. Furthermore, getting into the city wasn't an easy task. Even once the Sea of Trees had been fully unlocked, players would still need to expend a lot of effort to visit the city, especially ordinary and elite players. Unfortunately, purchasing a private house in the city was out of the question for most players. Not even large guilds' upper echelons could necessarily afford a private house here. Purchasing a private house in this city was even more expensive than setting up a shop. Most importantly, players needed a very high status and a ton of reputation points to buy one. Even expert players would need to quest in the Sea of Trees for a very long time to fulfill these requirements. Aside from private houses, players could stay in hotels or advanced restaurants. Of course, since shops had living spaces for players, they could own a shop as well. Only shops accommodated far fewer players than private houses, but how could many players afford shops just for the living space? As a result, the only options remaining were hotels and advanced restaurants. Needless to say, staying in these establishments was also quite expensive. Depending on the environment, accommodation fees could range from 50 silver to 5 gold per day. Even elite players would feel a sting from these prices. Meanwhile, if players rented the whole hotel or advanced restaurant, they would earn 20% of the profits. While the Sea of Trees was in its early stages, this was the best way to earn money. Moreover, renting these establishments cost far less than purchasing them directly. After reading through the list, Shifeng quickly set his sights on a few hotels and restaurants that had been particularly popular during his previous life. However, when Shifeng reached the final page and saw the small restaurant listed, he was stunned. What? Even this restaurant is available for rent. Chapter 1895, Epic Shop. Shifeng's eyes widened as he saw the name Forest Traveler, surprise and ecstasy overcoming him in the current Sea of Trees. The Forest Traveler was an unassuming restaurant located in the city's outer area. The restaurant had only 2 floors. The first was the dining hall, and the second was used for accommodations. The restaurant was ordinary, and nothing about it stood out. However, when the Sea of Trees' third seal had been lifted in the past, players had discovered the restaurant's unique quality. Since so many players had crowded the Sea of Trees back then, both hotels and restaurants' guest rooms had been full. Naturally, many players instantly targeted the cheap accommodations that small restaurants like the Forest Traveler offered. Once the third seal had lifted, the Forest Traveler revealed a package that included both room and board, available exclusively for the restaurant's few high-class guest rooms. As the high-class guest rooms could only be rented by purchasing this combo pack, players had no choice but to dine there as well. The Forest Traveler had become instantly famous after players had tried the provided meal, which granted a special buff called Forest Blessing. The Forest Blessing buff granted players anywhere from 5 to 20 points in luck for 18 hours. The buff could only be gained once every 2 days. Although luck was somewhat illusory in God's domain, it had a subtle effect on players. For example, luck would affect loot from opening treasure chests and killing monsters. It would also affect one's production success rate. Hence, on the market, ornaments that added even 3 to 5 points of luck cost a fortune. Such ornaments would never become obsolete in the past. The various large guilds had desperately stockpiled items that added luck. A single extra point in luck could be enough to gain a top-tier item. Since luck items were so precious to both independent players and guilds, such items had rarely appeared on the market. One could easily imagine how attractive a meal that increased luck would be to independent and guild players. Even Shifeng had often visited the Forest Traveler for a meal in the past, especially before he raided a large-scale team dungeon. The only downside was the buff's long cooldown. Even after the Forest Traveler had expanded its shopfront, players had to deal with a 7 to 8 hour queue to get a seat. The Forest Traveler had ranked as one of the top 100 epic shops in God's domain in its heyday. The secret pavilion managed the ranking system, and a shop's rank depended on demand for and rarity of its services. Since the Forest Traveler had revealed itself to him, why wouldn't Shifeng be surprised and excited? However, when Shifeng saw the restaurant's rental price, his eyebrows twitched. Is this a robbery? Shifeng couldn't help but wonder. Normally, the Sea of Trees hotels and restaurants demanded per week or per month rent, but the Forest Traveler had to be paid by the year. Moreover, renting the restaurant for a single year cost 60,000 gold. Even the larger advanced restaurants only cost 4,000 gold per month, yet the Forest Traveler's rent cost 5,000 gold per month. Moreover, the system demanded a full year upfront. It was half of the funds Shifeng had on hand right now. With 60,000 gold, he could rent over a dozen hotels and restaurants. Should I set it aside for now and rent it during my next visit? Shifeng fell into deep thought as he looked at the Forest Traveler's information. Competition would be at its fiercest during the first month after the Sea of Trees had activated. It was also the best time to secure an advantage. As long as players rented one of the Sea of Trees establishments, they could continue to renew their lease. Unless players gave up their right to renew the lease, other players wouldn't have an opportunity to claim the establishment. However, if he rented the Forest Traveler now, he wouldn't have much left to rent other restaurants and hotels, but he had no guarantee that the three superpowers wouldn't discover these hotels and restaurants' importance before his next visit. If the superpowers had already realized these establishments' value, he'd have a far more difficult time renting a large number of them later. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about losing the Forest Traveler since only he knew the restaurant's secret right now. Furthermore, 60,000 gold was a huge sum to a superpower as well. None of them would be willing to spend so much gold for a modest restaurant like the Forest Traveler, Lord Demon Hunter. I recommend the hotels and restaurants on the last page. Many customers favor those establishments in particular. I cannot guarantee that these establishments will be available during your next visit, the elf administrator said, flashing Shifeng a cunning smile when he noticed the swordsman stare tentatively at the list's final page. Shifeng rolled his eyes at the elf administrator. The administrator's comment made one thing clear. He would either have to give up on the Forest Traveler or give up on renting another dozen or so hotels and restaurants. Both options would rob Shifeng of profits. I am interested in renting this Forest Traveler, but why must it only be rented by the year? Can it not be rented on a monthly basis? Shifeng asked as he gestured to the Forest Traveler's information on the list. He wanted to see if the system would grant him any other options. The Forest Traveler? The elf administrator repositioned his glasses as he took a look at the list. Smiling, he explained, "This restaurant has encountered some operational problems and urgently needs funding. That is why the owner had decided to rent the restaurant. We have suggested that the owner accept a monthly rent, but the owner is adamant about his decision due to your status, Lord Demon Hunter. The city is willing to help you negotiate altered conditions with the owner. However, each negotiation will cost a 1,000 gold fee. May I know if you wish to open negotiations?" 1,000 gold per negotiation? The corners of Shifeng's mouth twitched. Shifeng was no stranger to negotiations. This was the precise reason that the three superpowers had sent their merchant players to purchase the city's lands, not their upper echelons. The higher ranked a merchant player was, the more ability they'd have to reduce an item's price. Some merchant players could even negotiate for price cuts by offering NPCs favorable conditions. However, this was the first time Shifeng had encountered a 1,000 gold negotiation fee. That's right. As a noble in our city, you have the right to 3 negotiation attempts. Of course, the city cannot guarantee the negotiations' results. The elf administrator explained. All right, let's open the negotiations then. Shifeng sighed as he took 1,000 gold from his bag. After receiving the money, the elf administrator left the room. To put it simply, the purpose of these negotiations was to convince the owner to adjust the rental requirements. Whether or not the player gained the upper hand would depend on their luck. After 5 minutes, the elf administrator returned with new rental conditions for the Forest Traveler now. Instead of paying a full year of rent for the Forest Traveler, Shifeng could secure the establishment for 10 months of rent at 54,000 gold. While this new condition had reduced the total payment and shortened the required lease duration, the average monthly rent had increased considerably. This wasn't a favorable option. Declining the option, Shifeng paid 1,000 gold for another negotiation attempt. The second negotiation's outcome still required annual rent, but it could be paid in installments. Shifeng would have to pay a 50,000 gold down payment. However, he'd then have to pay 15,000 within 1 month. Seeing this result, Shifeng regretted leaving Icarus's heart with Aqua Rose. If he had the godly necklace with him right now, he might have had a better result. With no other choice, Shifeng gritted his teeth and paid for the third negotiation attempt. If the conditions were still too stringent, he would have to give up on the Forest Traveler for now. After all, the Forest Traveler would not generate much income within a short period. Meanwhile, he was extremely tight for money right now. Although the Forest Traveler was tempting, he needed to earn a large sum of coins quickly. As the elf administrator returned for the third time, Shifeng silently prayed that the new rental conditions were in his favor. "Congratulations, Lord Demon Hunter. After our third round of negotiations, the Forest Traveler's owner has agreed to adjust the lease's duration to 6 months. However, you will have to pay 45,000 gold. In exchange, you will receive 40% of the Forest Traveler's profits instead of 20% during those 6 months. Chapter 1896, 2-Star Restaurant. Half a year and 40% of the profits for 45,000 gold? Shifeng fell deep in thought after hearing the elf administrator's final results once the forest traveler introduced the meal that granted the forest blessing buff. The various major powers would visit before any major operation. However, as the restaurant's business was limited by its size, and its overall income wasn't much more than a large hotel's, players would only gain the forest blessing buff when they ate the food that provided the buff in the restaurant. The food would not grant the buff if consumed elsewhere, hence Shifeng had considered giving the forest traveler up, selecting a dozen or so ordinary restaurants and hotels instead. However, the forest traveler's latest conditions were far better than they had been, especially the 40% profit sharing. This would grant him twice as much income as normal from the restaurant. With the forest traveler's advantage, it could generate enough income to rival a dozen or so establishments. All right, I agree to the owner's conditions, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Although renting a single restaurant for 45,000 gold was a little extravagant, not only would he get double the profits in return, but he would also have an advantage when gaining the forest blessing buff. This would ensure that Zero Wings members wouldn't have to wait in line for hours to get a seat before raiding an important team dungeon. He could simply reserve a table for Zero Wings' exclusive use. No power had taken control of the forest traveler in his previous life. It had been under NPC's full control. As a result, the restaurant's development had been left to the system's discretion. Compared to player-managed hotels and restaurants back then, the forest traveler's development speed had been pitiful. If he managed the forest traveler, the restaurant's development speed would increase by a significant margin. After all, with the forest blessing buff, the restaurant would not lack popularity or income. If he played his cards right, he could earn a fortune through the restaurant immediately. Shifeng signed a lease contract with the elf administrator. In addition to the 45,000 gold for the forest traveler, he spent another 70,000 gold to rent 23 hotels and restaurants. Although the hotels and restaurants he had rented varied in size, they were all situated in strategic locations throughout the city. They were all near important buildings and special establishments. Once the city's second seal had been removed, which should happen in the next few days, a large number of players would surge into the Sea of Trees. At that time, his hotels and restaurants would officially begin to make money. The 24 hotels and restaurants he rented should generate even more profit than Silverwing Town's teleportation service. Silverwing Town's teleportation service would lure players to the town and increase its competitive edge. As a result, the town could only earn a small amount of money from each player with the teleportation service. However, such considerations weren't necessary when operating the Sea of Trees hotels and restaurants. Even if he only received 20% of the profits from each customer, he should earn at least 10 times more per customer than from Silverwing Town's teleportation service. Once Shifeng had rented his establishments, he left the VIP reception room. The 3 superpowers merchant players were still carefully selecting lands for purchase. Over 20 of the available lands had already been bought, many of which were located in the city's inner area. Shifeng had to admit that these superpowers' spending power was astonishing. Zero Wing simply couldn't compare. If these superpowers had known the value of leasing the city's hotels and restaurants, they would have claimed half of the city's establishments by now. They would have monopolized every hotel and restaurant, not including those in the central district, by the time the second seal was removed. They wouldn't leave other powers the opportunity to claim a share of the profits. However, the value of these establishments had been discovered quite late in the past, and the various major powers had still rented quite a few for themselves. As Shifeng returned to the lobby, the superpowers representatives spared him a glance before returning to their lists. Now that my business here is done, I should take a proper look at the forest traveler. After glancing at the other players, Shifeng left the city hall, making his way towards the forest traveler. He was not interested in competing with the 3 superpowers over the city's lands in the slightest. His lack of reaction wasn't due to a lack of interest in purchasing the city's lands, but because he didn't qualify to do so. Purchasing a plot of land and setting up a shop here would easily cost more than 10,000 gold. Although these shops would pay for themselves in the long run, he currently needed his money. He could not afford such long-term investments right now. After riding his demonic flame tiger for half an hour, Shifeng arrived before a two-story restaurant near the edge of the city. This area wasn't as lively as the central district, as there were only a dozen or so NPCs roaming the street. Meanwhile, the street's few shops only sold groceries, and the highest class building was a three-story smithy. Smoke swirled out of the smithy as the sound of metal on metal echoed down the street. The view here was one of a kind. A sea of clouds enclosed the district, and flying beasts occasionally soared by. Due to the refreshing scenery, many leisure players would settle here long-term. Sure enough, business here is bleak. When Shifeng entered the Forest Traveler, he noticed that aside from the restaurant owner and two staff members, there was nobody inside the restaurant. The two waitresses were members of foreign races. One was a female catkin with cat ears and tail, while the other was a female foxkin with a pair of pointed ears atop her head and a bushy tail. The restaurant owner was a long-haired elf, but unlike most elves, the man was burly. He looked like a Naturebomb shield warrior or berserker. Based on the scars gracing the elf's arms and neck, it was clear that he had once been an adventurer. Welcome, Lord Demon Hunter. Thank you for renting our restaurant. I am Joseph, the owner of this establishment. Joseph the elf said respectfully when he noticed Shifeng enter the restaurant. May I know what business you have here? When the two half-beast women saw Shifeng, they nervously lowered their heads. They did not even dare to look Shifeng in the eye. Of course, Shifeng didn't find this strange. Although the Sea of Trees was a trade city that welcomed both humans and members of neutral races, the secret land that contained the Sea of Trees was still within the Dark Knight Empire's borders. Meanwhile, humans weren't generally friendly towards other races. Hence, surviving in the Sea of Trees wasn't easy for them. The half-beast women couldn't afford to provoke nobles, in particular. A single mistake could even result in their enslavement. I wish to see all of the information available on this restaurant. Can I trouble you to prepare it for me? Shifeng asked. Although he had rented the restaurant, he only had partial management rights. This was the case for other NPC-operated establishments as well. It was impossible for players to acquire full management rights over an NPC establishment. Players could only gain full rights over the establishments and lands sold at the City Hall. All right, please wait a moment. Joseph sighed. A short moment later, Joseph returned with a thick tome. He then set the book before Shifeng. Amazing. This restaurant has 2 master cooking recipes. It's a pity that the required materials are so rare. The shop front is also the cheapest variety. It's no wonder why business is so terrible. Shifeng was surprised as he read the restaurant's information. Many players in God's domain had chosen the chef subclass. Not only were chefs capable of creating delicious dishes, but some of those dishes also provided additional effects, such as temporary attribute increases. Master dishes, in particular, provided significant attribute boosts, high enough to rival the effects of master potions. Although players could cook master dishes after becoming master chefs, producing one of these dishes was actually quite difficult. The first issue was the lack of recipes. Even a master chef would struggle when concocting a master cooking recipe. In the past, 8-out often basic master chefs lacked a master cooking recipe. The second issue was the lack of materials. Yet the Forest Traveler actually possessed 2 master cooking recipes, which gave it an advantage over larger restaurants. Unlike the Forest Blessing meal, these master dishes would still be effective when consumed outside of the restaurant. Meanwhile, the attribute increase they provided was even superior to master potions. Both dishes would see very high demand. If he could mass-produce the dishes, he could make a fortune. When Shifeng inspected the restaurant's shopfront, he noticed that the Forest Traveler already met most of the conditions for its upgrade to a 2-star restaurant. All it lacked was sales. However, even NPCs weren't willing to visit the area. How could the restaurant earn an income without any customers? If the restaurant wanted to attract NPC customers and increase its sales, the easiest way to do so was to upgrade the shopfront. Only, upgrading the shopfront would require 1,500 gold. The thought of gaining a 2-star restaurant tempted Shifeng. Immediately, he chose to upgrade the shopfront. Suddenly, the system deducted 1,500 gold from the 3,000 plus he had remaining in his bag. Chapter 1897. Master Dishes. As soon as Shifeng chose to upgrade the shopfront, the Forest Traveler started to change in less than 5 seconds. The Forest Traveler transformed from a shabby, 2-story restaurant into an exquisite, 3-story establishment. The restaurant was now far more appealing than the surrounding shops, however. The interior had changed far more than the restaurant's exterior. The space inside the restaurant had more than doubled originally. The first floor had only had room for a little over 10 tables, but now, it could hold more than 30. The second floor had also become a dining area, and the living area had been moved to the third floor. Currently, however, the interior's design was still modest. Shifeng would have to spend more gold to decorate the place next. I have to figure out how to lure customers here to increase the restaurant's business. Shifeng nodded in satisfaction at the new Forest Traveler. Although he had to pay for the restaurant's upgrade with his own money, now that the restaurant's quality had improved, he could charge customers more. At the same time, the restaurant's increased size could hold more customers at one time, increasing profits further. However, Shifeng was more concerned with the 2 master dishes. One of the 2 master dishes was drunken tiger meat, while the other was called frozen bone soup. When consumed, the drunken tiger meat increased players' strength by 10% for 6 hours. As for the frozen bone soup, it increased players' intelligence by 10% for 6 hours. Neither dish had a cooldown. Hence, even if the buffs were removed by a skill or death, players could consume another dish to regain the benefits to physical and magical class players. A 10% increase in strength or intelligence would provide a significant boost to combat power. Moreover, the 2 dishes' effects could stack with similar potions. The only downside was that the drunken tiger meat and frozen bone soup's buffs would vanish upon death. In contrast, many master potions would remain in effect. However, there was a positive to these 2 master dishes. If players entered special dungeons or environments that prevented the use of external tools, they wouldn't lose the dish's buffs. Hence, the drunken tiger meat and frozen bone soup would be of significant help during his planned Void Serpent raid. Since the Forest Traveler was only a 1-star restaurant, its only chef had been the owner, Joseph. Even if he provided the dishes' required materials, their production speed would be limited. Now, when Shifeng examined the restaurant's menu, he saw that the drunken tiger meat only needed 10 minutes to cook, while the frozen bone soup only required 8 minutes. However, since he had upgraded the restaurant, he could now hire 2 more chefs. He could double the dish's production speed if he did. As for the required materials, Silverwing could collect them in a short time, following which, Shifeng called up the Forest Traveler's system interface. In no time at all, he managed to hire 2 more chefs and 8 more waiters. He then reopened the Forest Traveler for business. Less than 5 minutes, the restaurant welcomed its first NPC customer. Although the promotion was as effective as he had hoped, it was tolerable in God's domain. A leased restaurant didn't only earn an income from player customers, it could also earn money from NPCs. Only the profit sharing for income from NPC customers was much lower, only 1/4 of that from players. However, while this amount seemed insignificant, NPCs provided daily income. As the restaurant's star rank and size continued to improve, it would generate more income from NPCs. Currently, the Forest Traveler was a 1-star restaurant and could only earn about 3 to 10 gold from NPCs each day. However, once it became a 2-star restaurant, it could earn around 30 to 100 gold per day from NPCs. Most importantly, the restaurant would gain more master cooking recipes. The restaurant's accommodations would become higher quality. As well, players didn't determine accommodation fees in the Sea of Trees. Rather, the system would set a price based on the hotel or restaurant size, star rank, and popularity. The minimum accommodation fee for a 1-star establishment in the city would be 50 silver, while the maximum was 1 gold. For 2-star accommodation, the minimum price was 2 gold, while the maximum was 5 gold. Hence, accommodation fees in the Sea of Trees ranged from 50 silver to 5 gold. Establishments could only rise to 2-star status in the city. However, 2-star restaurants and hotels were very rare in the Sea of Trees. They were all concentrated in the central district, but players would need sufficient status and contribution points to rent these establishments. Though once players crowded the Sea of Trees, those who owned 2-star hotels and restaurants would earn a massive income from their establishments. After Shifeng dealt with the Forest Traveler, He contacted Melancholic Smile and had her collect the required materials for the drunken tiger meat and frozen bone soup as quickly as possible. Then, using the Abyss pendant, Shifeng left an Abyss marker in his office in the Forest Traveler. With this, he could return to the Sea of Trees even without a key. Of course, there was an easier method to return. He could upgrade one of his leased establishments to 2-star status. He'd be able to head to a magic store and purchase a special teleportation scroll. Although the teleportation scroll cost far more than a return scroll, each costing 5 silver coins, 2-star establishment's player staff could bind the teleportation scroll to the building. Players could then use the bound teleportation scroll to teleport back to the establishment. Since the Forest Traveler wasn't yet 2-star rank, it didn't have this function. Hence, Shifeng had to rely on the Abyss pendant. Once Melancholic Smile had gathered the necessary materials, Shifeng teleported to White River City's guild residence to collect them. After retrieving the materials from the guild warehouse, he used Abyss Teleport to return to the Forest Traveler. He then had Joseph and the 2 new chefs begin their work in the kitchen. While waiting for the chefs to complete the dishes, Shifeng returned to White River City's Candlelight Trading Firm to produce advanced mana armor kits and Titan City's standardized dark gold weapons. He used this opportunity to upgrade the weapons of Zero Wings members and earn the forging proficiency required to become an intermediate master forger. Previously, he had acquired several hundred sets of materials necessary for forging the standardized dark gold weapons from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul. Meanwhile, as Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile were both busy with the Hell Tank components, these items' production rate had considerably slowed. Even now, there was a huge pile of materials left unused in his special forging room. Shifeng forged weapons without rest, steadily and rapidly filling his experience bar as he crafted dark gold weapons. Not only did his forging proficiency increase, but he also gained EXP faster than grinding normal monsters. After 2 days of work, Shifeng had reached 75% of level 69. He was now less than 30% away from the level 70 threshold. He was also less than 20,000 proficiency points away from becoming an intermediate master forger. Shifeng had also forged 300+ standardized dark gold weapons and 200+ advanced mana armor kit. Shifeng used 130 dark gold weapons to upgrade the Abyssal Blade to level 55. Although the improvement wasn't earth-shattering this time, its attack power had risen from 2070 to 2350. All basic attributes had also increased by 192 points, rather than the previous 170 points, and the weapon's attack speed had risen by 29 instead of 27. This change increased the attack power of Shifeng's subarm immensely. However, the Abyssal Blade still couldn't compare to Killing Ray, whose level increased or decreased with its useress. However, Shifeng was satisfied with this result. After all, the Abyssal Blade was a top-tier epic weapon now. If he evolved it further, it would become as powerful as fragmented legendary weapons. It's about time. I should go and collect the dishes. After a glance at the time, Shifeng used Abyss Transfer to return to the Sea of Trees. As Shifeng returned to the Forest Traveler, he noticed that the restaurant had considerably more NPC customers. At least, it wasn't as deserted as it had been. There were even 6 customers dining in the first floor hall. A short moment later, Shifeng collected 300 sets of drunken tiger meat and 500 bowls of frozen bone soup from Joseph. He then teleported back to the guild residence in Zero Wing City. When Cola, Alluring Summer, and their companions noticed Shifeng's arrival in the guild hall's lounge, they ran up to greet him. Hee, guild leader, look, I'm level 60 now, Cola said as he gleefully revealed his level, proving to Shifeng that he had worked very hard while grinding monsters every 5 levels was a minor turning point in God's domain. Meanwhile, level 60 happened to be one of those turning points that gave players a small boost to their attributes. Guild leader, why did you recall us so suddenly? Alluring Summer asked after rolling her eyes at Cola. You two try on these 2 set equipment, Shifeng said, nodding. He then took out the Sins of Thunderfire set and the Scorching Wind set, which he had acquired from the Flame Demon King, handing them to Alluring Summer and Cola. Chapter 1898, Gathering at Zero Wing City. Set equipment. Both Alluring Summer and Cola looked at the two-set equipment Shifeng had taken out, a little confused. While they were not trying to brag, their current equipment was among the best available in God's domain right now. Only epic equipment could surpass what they wore. Just try it out, Shifeng said. Although he could see the confusion plaguing the two, he didn't bother to offer any additional explanation. With no other choice, Alluring Summer and Cola complied, trying on the set equipment. This is a level 70 set equipment. Alluring Summer's eyes widened in shock when she saw the Sins of Thunderfire set's attributes. The Sins of Thunderfire set was a level 70 fine gold set equipment, though Shifeng had only given her 4 of the 6 pieces. Even so, the Thunderfire set's attributes were far superior to the level 60 dark gold equipment she currently wore. Moreover, the Sins of Thunderfire set's set effects were simply tyrannical. The 2-piece set effect increased casting speed by 20%, cast range by 20%, and magic damage dealt by 20%. As for the 4-piece set effect, it increased all basic attributes by 15% and granted the use of the Tier 3 spell, Thunderburst, a dual-element spell that dealt both flame and lightning damage. Meanwhile, Cola was incomparably excited after receiving the Scorching Wind set. Unlike Alluring Summer, he had received a complete, 6-piece level 70 fine gold set equipment, as Shifeng had already equipped the 2 sets with attribute gemstones and level reduction gemstones. Alluring Summer and Cola could equip the sets right away. Amazing. Just equipping this set has pushed my defense past 35,000, and HP past 100,000. Cola was stunned when he inspected his updated attribute panel. Not even a Tier 2 Berserker can budge me now. Not even receiving a level 60 mythic monster's attack will be a problem. If Turtledove and Yi Wumian saw this, they'd die with envy. Even without any team buffs, he had 100,000 HP. He was basically a humanoid boss. Reaching 120,000 HP shouldn't even be impossible with team buffs. Currently, Turtledove and Yi Wumian only had 85,000 HP after receiving team buffs, which only the best Tier 2 MTs had at this stage of the game. Not only had his HP soared past his 2 companions, but he was also a strength-focused MT. He had only invested a small fraction of his free attribute points in endurance. Alright, it's time to go. We can't keep the other guilds waiting for too long, Shifeng said, nodding in satisfaction when he saw Cola and Alluring Summer's attributes. With this, he was more confident of taking down the Void Serpent, following which, Shifeng led Cola and the others to one of the 4 Towers of Elements. The meeting point he had agreed upon with Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor. The members of both super first-rate guilds had already arrived, but to avoid attracting attention, they all wore black cloaks. Despite their efforts, however, the group of 400 players was simply too large to ignore. Furthermore, these players were all Tier 2 experts from major guilds, so the aura they radiated instilled fear in others. Although these experts had done their best to suppress their auras, the combined energy of 400 experts was stifling. Who are those people? I don't mean to brag, but I can be considered an expert player as well, so why do those people feel so dangerous? I caught a glimpse of their equipment a moment ago, and they're all wearing multiple pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment. I've spent many days grinding to reach level 54, but even now, I only have 1 piece of level 50 secret silver equipment. Yet they have multiple pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment. Could they be members from a top adventurer team? Curiosity pulled at the passers-by when they looked at Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's members, but the super first-rate guild's players simply ignored the surrounding crowd. Waiting in the tower's main hall in silence, Vice Guild Leader Zero Wing is quite impressive. It actually developed Zero Wing City to such a prosperous state. I get the feeling that it's even more prosperous than Star Moon City. A slender youth wielding a wooden staff commented, astonished as he observed the players in the tower. Indeed, Zero Wing City's development is surprising. It's no wonder why so many corporations are trying to invest in it. The income of Zero Wing City alone could easily sustain a first-rate guild's daily operation. Illusory words said, nodding. I wonder which mythic boss Zero Wing plans to raid this time. On their way to the tower, they had noticed that Zero Wing City's player population was in no way inferior to that of Star Moon City. Many of the city's residents were even elite and expert players. Quite a few major trading firms had also set up shop here. However, The most unbelievable part about the city had to be its number of NPC merchants, which sold plenty of rare items according to our investigation on Starmoon Kingdom. There are only 16 known mythic bosses between level 50 and level 60 inches the kingdom. Since Zero Wing has gathered us in Zero Wing City, I assume that they are targeting the level 56 Emerald Dryad in the Witches' Hills Forest. However, I have heard that the Emerald Dryad is extremely difficult to deal with. There will be several hundred Treants guarding the Dryad, as well, all of which are level 50 lords and above. Among them are more than 30 Great Lords and 4 Grand Lords. Even with the combined strength of our guild's team and unyielding souls, raiding the Emerald Dryad will be quite challenging. If we include 600 Tier 1 and Tier 2 experts from Zero Wing, our chances of success are, the slender youth said, shaking his head. Just dealing with the several hundred Treants would be a major problem, not to mention defeating the mythic boss itself. Zero Wing should have a plan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given up such a good opportunity to make money, hiring our guild's experts instead. Illusory Words reason God's domain had many tools to offer, and with an appropriate tool, challenging a field mythic boss wasn't that difficult. One of the most common examples of such tools was the variety of magic arrays. While Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's members wondered how Zero Wing planned to take down the Emerald Dryad, a large group of cloaked players appeared in the tower's entrance. These cloaked players were none other than Zero Wing's members. The group consisted of exactly 600 players. Naturally, such a large team's arrival attracted the attention of the players in the tower. How is this possible? The slender youth beside Illusory Words stared at the approaching Zero Wing members with a flabbergasted expression. What's wrong? They're not Zero Wing's members? Illusory Words asked strangely. The slender youth was Dawnmaster, one of Crimson Emperor's top 10 elementalists. He also possessed an identification skill called Demon Eye, which allowed him to ignore Black Cloak's concealment. No. They are all from Zero Wing, but those people, they are all Tier 2. Dawnmaster explained in a trembling voice. Chapter 1899, World Boss. They're all Tier 2. Illusory Words spun towards the approaching Zero Wing members after hearing Dawnmaster's statement. In a low tone, she asked, "There are 600 people here. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Although she could tell that the approaching players were powerful experts, she found it a little frightening that all 600 were Tier 2. All of the various superpowers had an increasingly large number of players that had already completed their Tier 2 promotion quests. But even the weaker superpowers were still some time from amassing a 500-man, Tier 2 team, let alone a 600-man team. The Tier 2 promotion quests weren't easy challenges to overcome. The quest had heavy requirements of both technique and equipment standards. Of course, some players, such as independent players with good equipment and techniques, would challenge the lowest difficulty promotion quests. The advantage a Tier 2 class had over a Tier 1 was simply too massive. Not only would players gain a huge boost to their basic attributes once they reached Tier 2, but their physique would also improve significantly. With these improvements, players would have a much easier time questing and grinding monsters. However, players that selected a low difficulty promotion quest would face severe consequences. Their Tier 3 promotion quest would be far more difficult than normal. The majority of independent players chose to acquire their Tier 2 class as soon as possible to secure better resources now, but large guild experts were a different story. As these experts had their guild's support, they didn't lack resources. Naturally, to ensure that they had an easier time with their Tier 3 promotion quests, these experts would challenge the harder Tier 2 promotion quests. They invested a lot of time in improving their levels, equipment, and techniques to complete the higher difficulty promotion quests, establishing a sturdy foundation so they could walk a smoother path in the future. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was a guild with abundant resources due to its gold mines like Zero Wing City and Silverwing Town. There was no doubt that Zero Wing had prepared its experts to challenge high-difficulty promotion quests. However, just how many members did Zero Wing possess? How many experts had the guild nurtured? Comparing Zero Wing to a superpower was akin to comparing a firefly to the moon. The two were on entirely different levels, yet the guild had just revealed 600 Tier 2 players, already surpassing many superpowers. Vice Guild Leader: I wish I were wrong, but players can't fake the Tier 2 class insignias. Every one of those players has a Tier 2 class insignia equipped, Dawn Master said. Smiling bitterly, he had inspected Zero Wing's members multiple times, but the Tier 2 class insignia beneath their black cloaks was conspicuous to his eyes. There was no way he would mistake those insignias. Moreover, he hadn't told Illusory Words everything. Among the 600 Zero Wing members, 4 were level 60 and more than 50 were level 59. He also couldn't identify Shifeng's level. The highest level player in the Dark Knight Empire was only level 58. According to Crimson Emperor's investigation, this fact included the players that habitually hid their levels. Once players reached such a high level, they'd require a massive amount of EXP to level up. And although players could grind more efficiently and gain EXP more quickly once they had reached Tier 2, they'd still need a lot of time to grind to the next level yet. Zero Wing had over 50 Tier 2 players at level 59. There were even 4 level 60 players. If the guild wished it, it could easily monopolize the top 50 spots on the Dark Knight Empire's ranking list. 1 or 2 levels higher might not mean much to ordinary players, but once players reach level 50 and gain their Tier 2 class, their natural attribute growth would increase significantly, exceeding the free attribute points each level up awarded. A gap of 2 levels could mean a difference of 30 points in one's main attribute. Taking into account the free attribute points, the gap would become even larger if the level gap increased to 5 levels. The difference in attributes would be so massive that it would be akin to equipping an additional piece of top-tier equipment. This was the frightening aspect of level differences. This was also why many independent players had opted to complete their Tier 2 promotion quests as soon as possible. Leveling up more quickly, Zero Wing has already developed to such an extent. When Illusory Words thought about Zero Wing openly declaring war against Blackwater in the Or Empire, she realized the source of Zero Wing's confidence. It was no wonder why Zero Wing dared to provoke Blackwater with so many Tier 2 experts when he saw Zero Wing's members. Unyielding Heart was similarly surprised. Unyielding Soul also had players with high-ranked identification skills, after all, but compared to Illusory Words, Unyielding Heart was stupefied by the discovery Unyielding Heart had raided the Eclipse Throne alongside Zero Wing's members, so he had known how many Tier 2 players the guild had. While it was possible that Zero Wing had hidden some of its Tier 2 players, it shouldn't have been able to hide so many despite the short time that had passed since the Eclipse Throne raid. Zero Wing now had at least 600 Tier 2 players. The guild's development speed was disturbing. "Since everyone's here, let's set out," Shifeng said once he stood before Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words. "If we linger, I'm afraid that will attract even more attention." The 2 vice guild leaders exchanged a glance before nodding to Shifeng's statement. They had already attracted a lot of attention. If they stayed, they would likely attract the various major powers' notice. Raiding a field boss was a dangerous task, especially if it was a mythic boss. If God's Domain's other powers discovered their operation, they could be ambushed during the raid immediately. The 2 merged their respective 200-man teams with Shifeng's. The team of 1,000 then moved to the tower's teleportation array. Once Shifeng had input the coordinates, the entire team vanished. Although some curious players had tried to follow the team, Shifeng had instructed the NPC soldier to erase the team's destination coordinates before he had left. Replacing it with a random location, players' figures began to appear, one after another, before a large waterfall within a dense forest. The lake at the base of the waterfall radiated a chilly air, making the new arrivals shiver. These new arrivals were none other than Shifeng and his companion Zyacenthus. The Frost Jade Waterfall? Illusory Words, who had memorized the various landmarks in the Witch's Hill, muttered. Turning toward Shifeng, she asked, "Aren't we raiding the Emerald Dryad in the Million Woodland?" The Frost Jade Waterfall was nowhere near the Million Woodland. In fact, the 2 locations were on opposite ends of the map. Although a dense forest surrounded the Frost Jade Waterfall, this area didn't have any monsters or resources. No player would grind in such a deserted location. Needless to say, this area didn't have any field bosses. Unyielding Heart nodded in agreement. Based on Unyielding Soul's research, the Emerald Dryad should be the only mythic boss in the Witch's Hill. Moreover, the forest the Emerald Dryad resided in was rich with herbs. If Zero Wing killed the Emerald Dryad, It would significantly lower the danger players face while exploring the Million Forest, making it easier to harvest rare herbs. Logically, Zero Wing should target the Emerald Dryad. No, I'm aiming for a different boss, Shifeng said, shaking his head. The boss is inside this lake. If anyone's ice resistance is lower than 20 points, see me for an ice resistance potion. The lake bed was entirely composed of frost jade, and the cold air the jade emitted was extremely powerful. Players would freeze to death in less than 30 seconds without any ice resistance, only surviving long-term if they had 20 points or more. Fortunately, fulfilling that requirement wasn't any trouble to the Tier 2 players present. As experts, they all had some equipment or ornament that granted magic resistance, which would also serve as a sort of universal resistance. Even without such items, they still had passive skills that granted some magic resistance. Furthermore, their respective guilds would have prepared some ice and fire resistance equipment to cater to unexpected situations. Hence, only a small number of players on the team failed to meet the requirement. After Shifeng distributed ice resistance potions to the 100-plus players who didn't meet the requirement, he instructed the team to jump into the water without offering an explanation. A small cave hid under the Frost Jade waterfall, large enough for 5 people to swim through at the same time. This cave was the entrance to the Void Serpent's underground temple. After swimming through the cave for around 3 minutes, the first group discovered an exit. As players emerged from the tunnel, they arrived in a dark cavern. Ancient murals covered the cavern walls, depicting the history of the Witch's Hill. When these players broke through the water's surface, they were amazed by the scene. They had never expected to find such a place hidden beneath the Frost Jade waterfall. Unfortunately, the players who lacked understanding of divine runes failed to comprehend the murals on the walls. The players who were familiar with divine runes, however, quickly realized that the murals depicted the Otherworld Gate, and the method of activating it. Once the team had finished admiring the murals, they proceeded into another long, dark tunnel. When they left the tunnel, the team arrived in another cavern. This time, the team found a temple within, and unlike the previous cavern, this one was as large as a town and brightly illuminated. Lifting their heads, the team discovered a gigantic, glowing crystal embedded in the cavern's ceiling. This crystal lit the cavern until it was as bright as day. While everyone admired the glowing crystal, they discovered something that caused their stomachs to churn and a frown to pull at their lips. Coiled around the crystal was a snake that was over 100 meters long. The serpent's body was made entirely of translucent crystal. At the moment, the serpent's eyes were shut, and if not for the occasional twitch, the players would have treated it as a part of the shining crystal. The serpent's head was easily the size of a 3-story building, and its eyes alone were easily larger than a human. As they gazed up at the monster, an instinctive fear gripped their hearts. After a closer look at the serpent's statistics, many of the players felt their knees go weak. Void Serpent, Wakenet. Realm Lord, Void Creature Mythic. Level 60. HP 560, 000, 000/560, 000, 000. A world boss. Illusory words. An unyielding heart gasped in shock when they saw the Void Serpent's HP bars. They felt an unprecedented pressure bear down as terror overwhelmed them. There was no definitive indication of whether a field boss was a world boss or not in God's domain. However, one thing differentiated the two: how many HP bars the boss possessed. Normal Grand Lord ranked field bosses had around 3 to 5 HP bars, while Mythic ranked field bosses had 5 to 7 HP bars. Meanwhile, based on the various large guilds' understanding of world bosses, such a monster should have 8 or more HP bars. While more HP bars didn't necessarily increase a boss's total HP, depleting each bar would alter the boss's combat method, increasing the raid's difficulty. The Void Serpent before them had a total of 9 HP bars. Chapter 1900, Madness. The Void Serpent was curled up and sleeping peacefully on the ceiling, and none of the present players dared to move for fear of awaking the world boss. They had never dealt with a world boss before, so they did not know how wide its perception range was. On the off chance that the Void Serpent discovered them, they would pay for their mistake with their lives. Guild leader Black Flame. You're not planning to fight that Void Serpent, right? Illusory words softly asked Shifeng, although she understood that since Shifeng had brought them here, there was a 99% chance that the Void Serpent was his target. Her sanity urged her to confirm her suspicion. For all she knew, this cavern might have two bosses, and they were actually here for the other one. It's this Void Serpent. Shifeng nodded. Illusory words was silent for a long moment. She decided that Shifeng must be insane. That was a world boss they were talking about. Ordinary mythic monsters were no match for the Void Serpent, and magical tools were utterly useless against world bosses. In other words, they had no special means of weakening the Void Serpent. They would have to fight it at its peak. Even with their berserk skills, peak MTs wouldn't last more than a few hits. The Void Serpent would likely kill the other classes instantly. Moreover, the Void Serpent was a realm lord. Its skills, spells, and physique were far superior to mythic monsters of the same level. Defeating this monster would be even more difficult than facing the Emerald Dryad and its several hundred guards. Although their team of 1,000 Tier 2 players met the requirements to raid a level 60 world boss, they barely managed it. If they wanted to raid the world boss effectively, all 1,000 members would have to be level 60, and wear level 50 fine gold equipment or better. Taking a deep breath, Illusory words looked at Shifeng and said seriously, "Guild leader Black Flame, let me say this. The dangers of raiding a world boss are too great. Crimson Emperor will only help you once. If it looks like we'll team wipe, Crimson Emperor's members will retreat." If she allowed 200 of her guild's Tier 2 experts to lose a level, her guild would suffer a massive blow. She would not follow Zero Wing in its descent into madness. Unyielding Heart, however, said nothing. He simply watched the Void Serpent before turning to Zero Wing's members. "Vice Guild Leader, aren't you going to inform Zero Wing of your limits?" Long Soul whispered. "That's a world boss we're talking about. Our guild can't afford to lose so many Tier 2 players." Lately, the intensity of the struggle between Unyielding Soul and Starlink had grown. As a result, the guild needed its Tier 2 experts to manage many affairs. Unyielding Soul could not afford to weaken 200 of its Tier 2 experts for no reason. If the raid turned sour, they had to retreat to minimize their losses. However, Unyielding Heart did not answer Long Soul's question. Instead, he walked up to Shifeng solemnly. "Guild leader Black Flame, Unyielding Soul is willing to fight to the death alongside Zero Wing. In return, please consider selling Unyielding Soul a few pieces of MT equipment once the raid is over." Unyielding Heart said sincerely. "Heart, are you insane?" Unyielding Heart's proposal shocked Long Soul. Illusory words also turned to the other Vice Guild leader. Confusion flashing in her eyes, the various superpowers still relied on special tools for a small chance of defeating ordinary mythic bosses. Yet not only were they about to raid a mythic world boss, but they also had to do so without any tools. Unyielding Heart was one of Unyielding Soul's supporting pillars of strength. He had invested a lot of time and effort into developing his guild. She couldn't understand why Unyielding Heart would take such a massive risk, especially with Unyielding Soul's current state in the Dark Knight Empire. Does Zero Wing really have a chance of defeating the Void Serpent? Illusory words could not help but wonder as she swept a glance over Zero Wing's members. She couldn't see what ability Zero Wing had to face the Void Serpent. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart ignored Long Soul's attempts to dissuade him. Instead, he remained focused on Shifeng as he continued, "Of course, we will purchase the equipment at above market price as long as the items are level 60 fine gold weapons or equipment." The fact that Zero Wing intended to challenge a world boss had surprised him greatly, but he had witnessed the strength of Zero Wing's main force before. He doubted that the guild would attempt a challenge it wasn't confident of overcoming. After all, Zero Wing had dispatched 600 Tier 2 experts for this raid, hence he would gamble on Zero Wing's ability to defeat the Void Serpent. Even the various superpowers only had a small stock of top-tier level 55 equipment, let alone level 60 equipment. If he could acquire a few pieces of level 60 fine gold weapons and equipment for his MTs, it would definitely be of great help to Unyielding Soul during future team dungeon raids. Unyielding Soul had many expert teams, and a single Dark Corrosion set wasn't nearly enough to satisfy the guild's needs. "All right, I'll see what I can do." Shifeng replied to Unyielding Heart's sincerity with a serious nod. Level 60 fine gold equipment for MTs was nothing to Shifeng. Selling a few pieces of such equipment in exchange for Unyielding Soul's full support in the following raid was definitely a worthwhile transaction. The difference between the combat power willing Tier 2 experts wielded and that of experts who were prepared to flee at a given moment was like the difference between heaven and earth. Thank you. Unyielding Heart said normally. When a guild employed another guild's experts to take down a powerful boss, it wouldn't sell any of the loot. Such items were crucial to strengthening a guild's teams and weren't usually available on the market. After all, has Unyielding Heart gone mad? Does he really believe Zerowing can succeed? Chaos gripped Dawnmaster's mind as he watched Unyielding Heart thank Shifeng. After witnessing the exchange between Unyielding Heart and Shifeng as they discussed the Void Serpent's loot, he wondered if the monster coiled on the ceiling was truly a world boss. He also wondered if the two players knew what a world boss was. After discussing the agreement with Unyielding Heart, Shifeng began to split the team into smaller groups and designated tasks to each. The Void Serpent would transition through a total of 9 different combat methods as the raid progressed, and all 9 stages would be extremely dangerous. A single mistake could result in a large number of deaths. However, all of these players were experts, and many of them had even reached the refinement realm. As long as they were instructed properly, they could avoid any major mistakes. Then they'd see if the boss would die before the team was annihilated. Since there are no problems, all MTs and magical class players come here to collect a dish. I'll call up the physical class players after to collect their share, Shifeng announced after organizing the team, following which, under Shifeng's instructions, everyone received the dishes Shifeng handed out. What a powerful master dish. Illusory Words was stunned when she accepted a bowl of frozen bone soup. She hadn't expected Zerowing to be capable of securing such a top-tier dish. She was no stranger to chef's products. She knew that some dishes could enhance players' combat power. Unfortunately, most of the buff's food and beverages provided were minor, but this master dish increased her intelligence by 10%. The frozen bone soup could already rival a master potion. Moreover, the dish's effect would even be effective against a world boss. This buff reduced the raid difficulty by a considerable margin. Cola, start the raid. Everyone else, follow the plan. Shifeng commanded once his teammates were ready. Hearing Shifeng's command, Cola, who had long since grown restless, grinned fiercely as he charged forward to attract the Void Serpent's attention. Chapter 1901, Terrifying Defense. Inside the Krista-filled cavern, after Shifeng gave the command to attack, the first MT party, led by Cola, charged straight at the Void Serpent. The other groups fanned out to set up an encirclement as the Void Serpent was gigantic. Even if they didn't fully understand the boss's attack range, it was common sense to stand apart from each other. If they stood too close to each other, they would present the world boss with a target-rich environment, which would easily result in a team wipe. When Cola's party got within 500 yards of the Void Serpent, the Void Serpent suddenly opened its amber eyes. An unprecedented killing intent immediately washed over everyone, causing their hearts to skip a beat. At this moment, it felt as if countless threads bound their bodies, impeding their movements. Dirty and pitiful mortals, you dare step into my territory? I'll have you join the dust that fills this space. Following which, the Void Serpent let loose an angry roar. A silver ripple spread across the entire cavern, with the Void Serpent as the center, the ground cracking as it came in contact with this ripple. In the next moment, a mud wave swept into the surroundings, taking only a brief moment to reach Cola's party. Defend. Cola shouted hurriedly when he saw the approaching 4-meter-tall mud wave. The other 5 MTs in Cola's party were level 57 and level 58 MTs from Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor. With Cola as the core, they quickly fell into a defensive formation. Following which, Cola activated the Tier 2 Skill Guardian Wall, which increased the defense of himself and players within a 10-yard radius of himself by 30% when blocking frontal attacks. In the next moment, a wall of light formed by 6 shields appeared before the healer party positioned behind Cola's party. Boom. When the mud wave crashed into the wall of light, the powerful impact sent Cola's MT party stumbling backward, the HP of the 6 MTs decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Only after the 6 MTs had retreated by 8 yards did they manage to stabilize their footing. After suffering the Void Serpent's AoE attack, the MTs of Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor had lost at least 50,000 HP each. Each of them had a maximum HP below 80,000. Hence, that one AoE attack had instantly taken more than half of their HPs. This outcome caused everyone in the team to gasp involuntarily. So, this is a world boss? Illusory Words, who was part of the healer party standing behind Cola's party, was stunned as she looked at the Void Serpent, which had already lowered itself to the ground with just one roar. The Void Serpent had inflicted over -50,000 damage each on the frontline MTs, who could be considered among the best MTs in God's domain right now. If that AoE attack had been a powerful melee attack instead, the consequences would have been unimaginable at this point. She truly wondered how Zero Wing planned to raid the Void Serpent. Did they even have a chance at victory? However, although Illusory Words doubted Zero Wing's success, that did not affect her healing speed in the slightest. Right after seeing the MTs receiving damage, she started double casting one Tier 2 Healing Light and one Tier 1 Recover on Cola, fully displaying her abilities as one of the 10 great clerics in God's domain. Why is his HP? After Illusory Words finished casting her healing spells, she suddenly noticed that Cola still had close to 80% of his HP remaining. Meanwhile, thanks to her healing, his HP instantly recovered to full. However, before Illusory Words could figure out what was going on, the Void Serpent several hundred yards from the team's frontline launched another attack. After the boss let out a hiss, countless Void Spears appeared around it. The Void Spears then shot toward Cola's MT party in a blur, a series of sonic booms echoing throughout the cavern. Everyone, stand behind me! Cola shouted urgently when he noticed the frightening power contained in those Void Spears. Although the 5 other MTs had been healed back to 70% or so, if they were to receive this terrible attack without activating their life-saving skills, they were likely to get killed. After hearing Cola's command, the 5 MTs and 6 healers promptly lined up behind the Guardian Knight. In the next moment, the Void Spears crashed into Cola's shield one after another. However, not every Void Spear landed on the shield. Some brushed past his body and tore holes into his black cloak. Meanwhile, due to the Void Spear's strong destructive power, the black cloak's durability zeroed out instantly, the black cloak itself disintegrating into nothingness. The black cloak's disappearance exposed the silver suit of armor Cola wore, which shone with the glow unique to fine gold equipment. Crimson runes could be seen engraved all over the silver armor, and judging from how the runes matched perfectly, it was obvious that the suit of silver armor was fine gold set equipment. Meanwhile, with the black cloak gone, Cola's attributes were also on display for all to see. His maximum HP of 118,600 revealed to everyone. Moreover, as the black cloak was no longer present to suppress Cola's aura, the Tier 2 MTs standing behind him suddenly felt a powerful pressure bearing down on their bodies. How is this possible? Illusory Words fell into a daze when she saw Cola's HP bar. Even the strongest MT in Crimson Emperor had only a little over 80,000 HP after including team buffs. Yet Cola had close to 120,000 HP. Moreover, Cola's defense was also as unbelievably high as his HP was. Despite not having activated any life-saving skills, Cola had lost less than 40,000 HP after receiving all those Void Spears. If it were any other Tier 2 metric tons standing in Cola's place just now, they would have been killed instantly by those Void Spears. After all, the Void Spears were a completely different attack from the Mud Wave before. The Mud Wave had simply been a casual greeting from the Void Serpent. Meanwhile, the Void Spears were the result of a spell. Those Void Spears should be much more powerful than the Mud Wave at this moment. Illusory Words wasn't the only one surprised by this revelation. The other Tier 2 MTs in Cola's party were similarly stupefied, as they were also MTs. Nobody understood more clearly than they did just how frightening a Tier 2 metric tons with close to 120,000 HP was. What kind of set equipment is he wearing? It's actually capable of forming a protective barrier around his body. I've seen every level 50 fine gold set equipment for MTs available in the game, and this is definitely not one of them. He's most likely wearing level 55 fine gold set equipment. Zero Wing is amazing. It actually managed to get its hands on this sort of set equipment. As the other Tier 2 MTs were very close to Cola, they could see that a faint layer of mana covered Cola's silver armor, forming a protective barrier that mitigated the Void Spear's damage tremendously. This situation was simply unbelievable. They had never seen fine gold set equipment like this before. Is this the reason why Black Flame is confident of defeating the Void Serpent? When Illusory Words looked at Cola's bear-like figure, she more or less understood why Zero Wing dared to challenge a world boss. The most important requirement when raiding a boss was a powerful MT. As long as a team had an MT capable of tanking the boss, then the raid definitely had a chance of succeeding. While everyone was still in shock, Cola took the initiative to charge at the Void Serpent. He wanted to get within attacking range of the Void Serpent as quickly as possible. However, the Void Serpent showed no signs of relenting as it continuously launched Void Spears at Cola from a distance. Meanwhile, the healer party led by Illusory Words kept healing him. Although each wave of Void Spears dealt close to minus 40,000 damage to Cola, the healers were still able to keep him alive and healthy without much effort. After all, Cola's massive HP granted Illusory Words and the others a lot of leeway when healing. They could afford to cast powerful healing spells, which had long cast times. After running for a short moment, Cola arrived before the Void Serpent. Foolish mortals! All your efforts are futile. Upon seeing Cola closing in on itself, the Void Serpent sent its tail whipping at the Guardian Knight. Despite its gigantic size, the Void Serpent's tail moved with lightning speed, so fast that it even tore space. The strong air pressure the tail created impeded the movements of the other Tier 2 MTs, which turned sluggish. They couldn't help Cola block the attack in time. However, unlike the other MTs in his party, Cola remained completely unaffected by the powerful air pressure, swiftly raising the Titan Guard to block the attack boom. The ground beneath Cola shattered. The impact was so powerful that even the players standing over 100 yards away could feel the ground underfoot shaking. When everyone present saw the devastated terrain before the Void Serpent, they stared in stupefaction. Despite themselves, the Void Serpent's frightening destructive power woke a sense of hopelessness in everyone. As the dust settled, everyone quickly noticed a figure standing amid the dirt and rubble. This figure was none other than Cola. Meanwhile, beside Cola's body lay the Void Serpent's tail. He managed to block even that? When everyone saw that Cola still retained over half of his HP, they could not help gaping in shock. Chapter 1902. Overwhelming DPS. Crap! Just how high is his strength attribute? Hunting Blade, who was currently prepared to close in on the Void Serpent, could not help his surprise when he looked at Cola. He could not bring himself to believe that Cola had actually managed to offset the power of the Void Serpent's tail strike. Although he was currently equipped in the Dark Corrosion set, he wouldn't have had the strength to offset the Void Serpent's attack without activating a Berserk skill. He would only have been able to receive the attack head-on. The Void Snake's simple, physical attack had deformed its surroundings to such an extent. Its strength was so great that the resulting shockwave had sent the 5 Tier 2 MTs near Cola flying back over a dozen yards. The party of healers, who stood roughly 30 yards away from Cola, also nearly lost their footing. While offsetting a monster's attack was easy for expert players, the precondition for doing so was for the strength of both sides to be roughly equal. If a player tried to defend against an attack that carried strength far superior to their own, they would either go flying or get crushed on the spot. Yet, despite Cola not having activated a Berserk skill, he had managed to offset the Void Snake's attack. Cola's strength was simply extraordinary. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart, who stood a short distance away from the Void Serpent, was similarly shocked by this outcome. Although he had known that Cola possessed frightening attributes since the Eclipse Throne raid, Cola was like a completely different person compared to back then. If Cola went to raid the Eclipse Throne right now, the dungeon raid would definitely be a piece of cake. Heal Cola. Everyone else, move according to the plan once Cola stabilizes his aggro. Shifeng instructed through the team chat after seeing Cola arrive before the Void Serpent. Shifeng did not find Cola's performance surprising even in the slightest. After all, Cola was equipped with not only a fragmented legendary shield, but also a 6-piece level 70 fine gold set. Equipment for him to be able to tank a level 60 world boss was very normal. Of course, Cola was still far from capable of dealing with the normal level 80 Flame Demon King. He would be able to tank the level 80 world boss all by himself only if he activated a berserk skill. After hearing Shifeng's reminder, the healer party promptly snapped out of their daze and started healing Cola and the others. In the meantime, the 9-100-man DPS team slowly closed in on the Void Serpent from all sides. The Void Serpent was a world boss known for its single-target offensive capabilities. Only with an extremely powerful MT would players have a chance when raiding it. After Cola stabilized his aggro on the Void Serpent, the majority of the team started launching attacks at the world boss. The melee players struck at the Void Serpent's sides, while the ranged players mercilessly bombarded the Void Serpent's head with spells and arrows, using their attacks to disrupt the boss's vision. With several hundred players attacking the Void Serpent simultaneously, a series of damages rapidly appeared above the boss's head. 6064. -7,348. -5,541. Practically everyone's attacks dealt damage in the thousands, an outcome that rendered many people speechless. Why is this boss's defense so high? Unyielding Heart frowned involuntarily upon seeing everyone's damage. Even he had barely dealt over -10,000 damage after using a tier 2 skill. Compared to other mythic bosses he had fought against before, the Void Serpent's defense was significantly superior. As a tier 2 berserker, when he fought against an ordinary mythic boss, his tier 2 skills could easily deal around -30,000 damage. With their team's overall DPS, they would most likely take a very long time to kill the Void Serpent after attacking for 5 seconds. They had barely managed to chip away a little over 1% of the Void Serpent's HP. However, when the world boss's battle recovery kicked in, its HP actually reverted to full what? Illusory Words could not help but be surprised when she saw this situation, wondering what the Void Serpent had just done to recover so much HP. While everyone in the team was puzzled by this situation, Shifeng knew exactly what was going on. This was the effect of the Void Serpent's self-healing passive skill, which doubled its battle recovery. In other words, the Void Serpent regenerated 2% of its HP every 5 seconds. This boss also had another passive skill, called Void Body, which halved the damage it received and reduced chances of critical hits occurring by 70%. These two passive skills made the Void Serpent extremely difficult to deal with. If a team lacked DPS, it would only be slowly whittled to death. Aqua, you guys can start attacking now, Shifeng said to Zero Wing's main force members, who had arrived behind the Void Serpent. Understood. Aqua Rose promptly commanded Zero Wing's main force to attack. At this moment, the advantage and attributes Zero Wing's main force members possessed revealed itself. Every one of them dealt at least -8,000 damage with their attacks. In the case of Aqua Rose, Flying Shadow, Shadow Sword and Blackie, their attacks delivered at least -15,000 damage. Occasionally, Aqua Rose would use a powerful water-type spell and inflict over -20,000 damage on the world bosses for Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, Zhao Yueru, and Alluring Summer. Every one of their attacks reaped a minimum of -20,000 from the boss's HP. Occasionally, they would use a powerful skill that wreaked around -40,000 damage. Moreover, none of these damages were due to critical hits. How are they dealing so much damage? Even when I used a tier 2 curse, I only managed to deal around -13,000 damage. How are they dealing over -40,000 damage with normal tier 2 spells? Crap! Just what kind of equipment are they using? The members of the two super first-rate guilds found this situation unbelievable. They were all experts of super first-rate guilds. Quite a few of them were even refinement realm experts. Although they were not the strongest in their respective guilds, they were still in the upper ranks. If placed in a first-rate guild, they would undoubtedly rank at the very top. Due to Zero Wing's main force taking action, 3 distinct tiers immediately formed in the team's DPS counter. The first tier was occupied by humanoid monsters like Gentle Snow. The second tier was occupied by Aqua Rose, Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, Unyielding Heart, Long Soul, Dawnmaster, and other peak experts. Finally, the third tier would consist of players like themselves. Moreover, the gaps between each tier were so massive that there was simply no comparison between them. Meanwhile, due to Zero Wing's main force members joining in on the attack, the Void Serpent's HP finally started decreasing. Even so, the decline was still extremely slow, 99%. 98%. 97%. After several minutes of battle, the Void Serpent's HP finally fell to 85%, its first HP bar emptied. Suddenly, the Void Serpent let loose an angry roar, irritating ants. Turned to dust. In the next moment, the Void Serpent incanted, Children of the Void, Breath of the Wild Wind, Sword of the Sharp Blade, turn into my hands and rend everything apart. Everyone, pay attention to dodging. Do not try to receive the attack, no matter what. Shifeng shouted hurriedly when he saw the Void Serpent starting to cast a spell. After the Void Serpent spent 3 seconds chanting, Void Blades suddenly appeared in the sky and rained down on the ground, covering a 200-yard radius around the boss for a time. Countless Void Blades bombarded the vicinity of the Void Serpent. In addition, the attacks of the Void Blades did not follow any pattern whatsoever. Tier 4 domain skill, Void Storm. The descending Void Blades forced everyone to focus entirely on evasion. Now players had to move constantly to dodge the Void Blades. This situation increased the raid difficulty by a large margin. Moreover, after using Void Storm, the Void Serpent still showed no signs of letting up on its offensive. Suddenly, its body started radiating a silver glow. A moment later, its gigantic body split into 2 smaller versions of itself, its real body and a doppelganger. A doppelganger skill? Illusory words' complexion darkened immediately. Among the multitude of skills boss monsters could possess, doppelganger skills were the most troublesome. Although doppelganger skills would reduce the overall attributes of the boss, the reduction would not be significant. With how powerful the Void Serpent was, MTs other than Cola still wouldn't be able to tank its doppelganger easily. Just as the doppelganger was about to strike at a nearby team, a figure suddenly appeared above it. In the next moment, a blue lightning bolt struck down on the serpent doppelganger's head, the blow forcing a cry from the doppelganger as its body crashed straight into the ground. The impact formed a massive crater with web-like cracks spreading out into the surroundings. You're tuning in to the Lime's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.